welcome to another explosive edition of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. Welcome, folks. We are live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. Soon to be X. We'll be live on X, Twitter. As soon as I get the time, stop being so lazy. I can hook up the. Maybe I might do that tomorrow. Get the Twitter account hooked up, the X or Twitter account hooked up, and so we broadcast tomorrow on the weekend live. This tonight, folks, makes 20 straight days. 20 straight days. Now, when you have somebody that could do 20 straight days, now last night's show is almost at 900 views. Now, when you get somebody that could give you 900 views in less than 24 hours, you know it's going to get heat. You know what's going down. Tempers are flying, information's being spread, and the bottom line is the only place you ought to be is in Collar Nation. This is where all the excitement is, where the energy is. So stop what you're doing, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell somebody. Don't keep this information to yourself. Tell everybody, look, join the party. Collar Genesis is here, Oh, I'll tell you what I mean by civil war, and you're going to get a really earful tonight. So stay tuned. Now, when you got topics like the last couple of nights, let me tell you the last three topics, right? I had the enemy within, Black America's doppelgangers, right? That was explosive, right? Last night is Black America's global image. Is their war against our global image? That was really powerful show, real powerful show. Tonight's show is Black America in a Civil War. I believe it is. I think we reached that critical mass that we have to start drawing lines. We have to start drawing lines about who's on what side. We cannot have traitors. We cannot have fence riders, and we cannot have lukewarm people anymore, right? People have to decide what side of this war you're going to be on, right? You want to be on the side of our ancestors, which is righteousness, civilization, building, resistance to the white devil, or you want to freaking be buck dancing, and shining and cooning and acting the fool, whatnot, And the bottom line is this, when I see like a good portion of our Black ghetto culture, the ghetto culture, and these people basically are determined, right? Like I said, just like we're determined to be free, you got some Black people determined to still do the same nasty, stupid shit. I look at these motherfuckers like King Von and Lil Durk, but they're determined to be like that. They're determined to be destructive. And the bottom line, our community once suffers, right? So I ask a question like this: how can we build a community when you got people who are determined to make sure that every Black life, no matter where you are, is draw line. There's nothing to delineate from. We were never together. There's nothing to delineate to. Chukwo. I like to delineate from Chukwos. The Igbo boy. I would like to delineate from him. But there's nothing to delineate to because that just because we're Black, this is a rugged individual society, right? All we have to do is get the Black people who believe the same way, the decent Black people. I'm gonna play a video, right? What I'm talking about. More and more Black people are starting to wake up, right? We are fed up with this ghetto culture. We're fed up with the nonsense and everything. We're fed up with people making us look bad and bringing the quality of life. We didn't ask for all this. All the gains that our ancestors fought for to give us a better image. And we raised so many. We went from being fools, buffoons, stepping fetchits, and all these other things like that, clowns and everything, to we had the Cosby Show, #1 TV show. People respected us, We produced people like Muhammad Ali, exceptional Black people that touched the world, right? The image of Black people improved in 100 years. The image of Black people improved so dramatically that it changed America. It changed the laws in this country, right? Now we're going backwards, right? Not in real life, but what is put out in social media is basically put out to the world, and it's starting to reflect people's opinion on our beloved community. But now it's time to draw the lines in the sand, right? We can no longer afford the rappers, the the people. We cannot afford the big meaches. We cannot afford all this nonsense anymore, right? Because our very well, I don't care about white men. The white men been giving themselves reparations for fucking 100 years. So them giving themselves a reparations don't fucking bother me at all. Like I just let it all crash, you know. Let the world see what the white man is all about in America. Let JD Vance, that devil, give the fucking his people reparations. You know, let's see how that plays out. You know, if he does, that's fine. You know, we'll be all right. You know, we will be all right. But you know, well, I don't know about Big Meech, Dark. I don't know about that, but the bottom line, if a clown spends all these years in jail and you're giving him a fucking welcome on whole ticket day parade, there's something fucking wrong. We need to start drawing lines in the sand and say, yo, you with that, then you stay over there. You know, if you basically stay with that culture, you stay over there. You with our culture, you stay over here. The real black culture, real black America has always been there. We never went any place. You know, more and more black people are speaking up. We're speaking up against these pseudo FBA people who are trying to erase our history and our heritage and whatnot with this fucking fake pseudo identity. All this stuff is basically just toxic culture in black America. You got the hoe culture, you got the swirling culture, you got the divesting culture. You got the baddies culture. You have the city gold culture. You got the thug culture, the YN culture. You have the coon culture. You have the black conservative culture. You have all these things that are destructive to black America, right? And now it's time just to draw lines and whatnot. Say, if you're going to be on that side, you stay over there, right? Matter of fact, anybody who listens to Lil Durk and all these other things, you feel like it's your heart to listen to this garbage, please don't call my show again. I mean that. Unsubscribe for me. Don't fucking listen to my fucking show. I'm serious. You got to start making a decision what you want to be. You want to go the right way to revolution, or you want to stay in the nonsense. There's too many people, they get online, they say, oh, call it this, call it that. But yet, when they get offline, they're still listening to the NBA Young Boy, the Young Dirk, and those kind of stuff like that, acting a fucking fool. I'm like, yo, if you went with that, then you need to go that way. I'm going this way. So if you don't think I'm important, well, that's fine, you know. But the bottom line, those who want to rock with me, man, we find our own music like that. We don't just listen to whatever the fucking the Jews, these devils put out there to put in our head. Like I said, we got to bop our head to. We're gonna find our own way and whatnot. We're gonna talk. We want people that sing the songs of revolution, that sings along, talk of the beauty of our culture, the beauty of our women. You know, and it can be cool. You know. But we don't have to settle for the Jews' fucking music anymore. That's right, Dark Migo. Dark Migo don't know what I'm talking about. I love this young brother, you know. I'm the only one that'll freaking say it, you know. That's why he likes an OG like me, because I'll say it. I don't give a fuck about anybody's popularity, you know. So it is what it is. Yeah, look, I don't give a fuck about being a monolith. Bottom line is this. If you're out with that nonsense or not, you're not part of Black America. That's what we're saying. Either you're with us or you're not, right? There's people who live on the fringes of Black America. And they're wreaking havoc because we don't have a line. You know, it'd be different we had in Afghanistan, right? We could screen who comes in, we could basically deal with people like that. But we live in a situation where white people just bunches all together in one area and we got to deal with the freaking same garbage or whatnot, you know? These people ain't going to go in the white areas and act the stupid stuff, but they go in our communities, right? They basically steal from our stores in our neighborhood. When stores got shut down, like I seen a couple of years ago, these motherfuckers looting and rioting, right? And they basically end up shutting down a Walgreens. Instead of fucking leaders saying, man, God damn it, right? They start talking about, you know something? Walmart and y'all racist because y'all shut up. You're going to leave the community without any pharmacy. Well, the community, where's the community at when you sit watching people loot the store and whatnot, you know, and you don't say anything about it? You act like the community condone all this freaking nonsense, you know? Chuko, I can't have this conversation with you because I'm only talking to real Black Americans, you know, because real Black Americans wouldn't ask me something stupid like that. You know? Chuko's a fucking doppelganger. He ain't one of us, right? He never will be. Someone like Dark Beagle knows what the fuck I'm talking about. And real black people know what I'm talking about. I don't have to explain myself. But doppelgangers like fucking Chukwu, who's a black? Look, those who know. That's what we're talking about tonight. Black America is in a civil war. I asked a question. Now I'm going to answer. Yes, we are in a civil war. Black America's civil war is like this. I remember the George Floyd situation, right? I'm going to tell you right now, like this. Piece of George Floyd's death, whatnot, but fuck him. He was not fucking basically somebody to burn the whole freaking city over. He is not somebody to riot over. But yet we're out there, you got people rioting in my name. George Floyd, I don't give a fuck about George Floyd. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of black people sitting back like, they would turn their nose up and it's like, with eyebrows raised, like, what the hell is going on, right? People like Black Lives Matter, yeah, but we know Black Lives Matter, but who the fuck give you the right to fucking burn down cities and shit like that, Now we're dealing with the racism we see right now in America is because we're dealing with the aftershocks of all this nonsense, So I'm saying to myself, what the hell are we doing? Because we don't have control over our narrative, right? We let these civil rights people, because they're a part of the problem too, right? All they like doing is gathering us up to go out and protest and whatnot, and we don't benefit from that anyway. It's like run a mob. Nancy posted, sometimes you got to break everything. In other words, we got to get the blacks out there and to riot and everything like that. But notice how black people are sitting real quiet during Trump's administration. Notice how we're not out there rioting for the fucking illegal aliens, because secretly we want them all gone. Secretly, most black people are cheering Trump on. Really, I'll tell you the truth. Secretly, most black people are tired of crime. Most black people are tired of fucking immigrants. I'm just telling you, right? They're tired of feminism. We are sick and deaf of the LGBTQ. There was a freaking thing just recently in California, right? Where the transgender people who got infected the California educational system to have this thing where you could do gender identity, but you could hide it from your parents. So they go into kids without the parents' knowledge and making them fill out things that what gender do you want to do? This is how sick these people are. And black people, I was like, damn, man, if white people want to bring their morals down like that, why the fuck do we got to go in the same boat with them? Like I said, it's time for a fucking civil war. In a civil war, we're going to know what's right and wrong. On the one side, we're going to say hell no to homosexuality, hell no to LGBTQ. And the other side is going to be that same side, the so-called hip-hop side, the P. Diddy side, whatnot, that just thinks everything is okay. Yes, there's going to be a line that's saying the righteous black people are going to win on this shit, What do you mean? What's more? What did I say wrong? Oh, you talking about the LGBTQ? Look, I'm sorry. I gotta say it like it is. I'm not calling them the F word or whatever like that. Look, I'm not saying anything about who somebody dates or something like that, but we're gonna start emphasizing our own race, our own people in America, right? Now, if you date another ethnic group, black people, that's fine, right? But the bottom line is, I'm sick and tired of people putting immigrants on high. We're tired of that too. We're tired of making immigrants seem like they're more important than what they really are. People are tired of that. We're tired of hearing about immigrants this, immigrants that. We're not complaining. Well, we were told that black people are this. Okay, stay the fuck away from us. Stay out of our movies. Stay out of our HBCUs. So we're closing rank in Black America. If you don't like us, stay the fuck away from us. Stay off our platforms. Stay the fuck away. It's very easy. It's time for a civil war. I don't know how we're gonna take these. If we're determined to stay in America, right? People, obviously, most black people want to stay in America. There's no way we could sustain this without something happening. It's got to be a cataclysmic upheaval. I don't know. Maybe we need another Million Man March. We need some big event to friggin' spark something in black people to basically to wake the fuck up. We can't keep sitting there watching our communities go down the tubes, right? We should be building industries, everything like that. We have a situation where we can't provide for our people because we don't have a government, right? So we got to rely on the same white people that fucking enslaved us, right? We should be able to build factories, build industries, also engage the internet outside of the white system in America. But the people who are so dependent on the white system, right? These are people that freaking hold us back. The people who want the DEI jobs, the people who want affirmative action, the people that want fucking handouts from the government, whatnot. These people that basically can't see when you start talking about something outside of me, I ain't going nowhere. That's because you're getting fucking government cheese every month and government milk. You're living on say those type of black people got to go. Yeah, it's time. Bushmeat Bill, I don't know who you are, but yeah, it's time for like this. I'm here ready for the fucking real thing. I am not here to play games with nobody or care about anybody's feelings anymore. I'm here to tell it what it is, you know? True quote, man. If you're gonna keep trolling me, you're gonna be out of here. That's my last warning. That's another thing. We got people like him come up here. If I'm here saying something fucking serious, right? Why did I got a clown in my chat room making stupid remarks like Bloods and Crips, East Coast versus West Coast, whatnot? You know, I want serious when I'm doing my show, my monologue. I don't want nobody fucking joking or start making remarks and whatnot, or you will be permanently blocked. That's just a word of warning. If you like watching the show, like coming on here and whatnot, if you really don't feel like you don't watch us anymore, just go ahead and put another comment up here. I'll fix that. We will have decorum, and on this platform is growing, right? This platform is one day going to really influence a lot of people. And the bottom line is I want to start having intelligent people come on my platform. I'm sick of nonsense and everything like that. I really am, you know? No, I look, but bottom line, I'll get to that 1,000 subs. I can't have people coming here fucking wasting time. I want people come type in my chat room. Yo, try to sound like you above that you went past the fucking 8th grade. That's all I ask. I read the comments sometimes. I want real questions. People asking me real questions. I just don't get them. I don't get real questions. I just get people I guess just sitting there, just something to play around with, right? But I'm telling you right now, my platform is not to be played with. If you got nothing serious to say, just sit back and listen to the show and don't say anything. And that's how you take control, you know? And that's what I'm going to do from now on. You know, I'm sick and tired of people coming up here telling me how to run my show and all this kind of nonsense. It ain't happening no more, you know? I know what's best for our people. I know what's best how to run a platform. I know what's best for the relations in this country between male and female. I got it. I know what's the best relationship between Black America and Africa. I know it. Now we can have debate. If people want to critique what I'm saying, that's fine. But no one's gonna come up here and tell me you're absolutely wrong, Carla. Blah blah blah. You gotta do it this way. Get the fuck out of here. You know. I've been doing this way too long. I know what I'm talking about. But yeah, so Black America is in a civil war, right? And it's time we do this, right? Because we lost our community. I saw it when Black people turned their back on Bill Cosby, right? Black people, Bill Cosby did that Pookie and the Pound Cake speech, and when he was 100% right. Question, Carl, what do your position now controlling the Black economy? We can't control the Black economy in America, you know, because we are not concentrated in the majority. We don't have any territory. In order for you to control an economy, you got to have control over space. An economy is about the optimization of space, you know, the amount of people there, the amount of resources, the amount of productivity, the amount of production, the amount of consumption. That's what determines an economy, and it's defined space. There's not one defined space in North America that we control. So we just basically flip, and I'm sick and tired of playing games with people talking about, oh, we need to do this. Every year I've been listening to the same fucking story all my life, and I haven't seen one goddamn thing improve in our community. One thing. Because we don't want what will solve our problem is a nation of our own. We don't want the things that basically could solve all our problems: a land, a territory, a government of our own. We control space. That means you control the consumption, the wealth of that land. So since we don't want that, this is what we are. I'm not gonna say candy coat this. Now we could do things like buy black-owned businesses, like download black-owned apps, whatnot, like this, but that's as far as we can go. Us controlling a black economy is not going to happen. I wish I could tell you something different, but it's not going to happen. The white man, he knows what he's doing. Why do you think he kept us here? He kept us here because he could bleed us. He bleeds us for our consumer base and our labor. They need us. We do not need America. That's another thing we got to understand. We do not need America. We do not need white America to survive. But yeah, like I said, when I say a civil war, what triggered me today was I watched a video from this one sister, right? And like I said, we have a problem with these husky hyenas. I'll say it. Fuck you if you don't like it. These husky hyenas that are going around terrorizing the black community. Really, they're literally going around terrorizing decent, law-abiding black people. That's who I fight for. If you're a decent, law-abiding black person, you're a black woman who does her thing. I saw this video today with this woman, right? She basically about, see, my daughter, she's pregnant. The girl was like she's no more than 13 years old. And the girl looked like laughing, giggling like it's fucking funny. This is what you have with these women. They're raising the destruction that you see right now. It's their fault. Because nobody puts their foot down and tell some of these females about themselves. But I'll do it. Now I saw this one video. I'm gonna show this one video where some black women are just getting fed up with it too. They're fed up. I know the decent black women who out there minding their business, doing their thing, they turn a blind eye, an eyebrow up to this fucking shit. Women wearing orange hair, out there fighting in public and whatnot, do violence. But watch this video, folks. Let me put it up here. Tell me what you think. This is what we're up against. This is what I mean by a civil war. Oh, before I play this, right? Before I play that, right? This is a problem. I bet you the amount of money this guy right here dances Chukwu. Before I play that video, right? Look, when they since they can't get us to buffoon anymore, they get these Nigerian doppelgangers pretending to be us, right? And this is what they do. This is what they pay Nigerians for, They come to this country. Look how fucking buffoonish they are. Look at her dancing like a fool. This is like this typical fucking Nigerian, Now, did you just see that? That's something that this is what they're doing now. Since black people in America said we don't want to be their fools no more and whatnot, they're importing Africans and everybody else to fucking do it. That was Chukwu right there, he wasn't no born and raised in America. This is a fucking African, That's what they do. They don't mind cooning and buck dancing in front of white people, They think it's cool, They play this video. That's what I mean by a civil war. People come over here and they join the buck dancing of America. Look at this clown. Look at this. You know, ain't no black American gonna act like that. You know, in a million years, we don't do this. There's these people who's foreigners. They don't know with teeth showing. You know, this is what I'm saying, man. It's just ridiculous. You know, that's what I'm freaking. This is just fucking ridiculous. I'm just tired. You know, I'm done, man. I'm done. It's like so tiring being black in this country, man. Now these motherfuckers are coming over here to America. Because like I said, you get paid if you want to shuck and jive. You know, you want buck dance, man. The Africans like, yo, y'all don't want to do it, we'll do it. You know. Yeah, he's a fucking Nigerian. You know. You know, so it is what it is. You know, they're coming over here, these doppelgangers, and when people look at that, they don't know how to say distinguish between a Nigerian and a Black American. They think that's one of us. You know. So I'm saying to myself, what the hell is the use? What the hell's the use? You know, our image has been destroyed over. We work so hard to show ourselves dignified, intelligent people. Now you got people coming from overseas ready to play the coon and sambo role. It's unfortunate, folks. It is unfortunate, man. Chuko, come get your boy, man. That's what it means to be an Igbo man. No, to me, this is a serious problem. What not might be serious to you. I'm sick of probably people moving the goalposts. There's more serious. No, this to me is serious. No, I don't think. No, he didn't get that from urban culture. No, I don't see nobody acting like that. Nobody acts like that and fucking thing like that. Nobody black people don't act like that, showing their teeth, acting like a fucking fool. Black people wouldn't know to be cool. We know to have swagger. Is that swagger to you? We know to have style. Go to the acting like a buffoon and whatnot. We don't do that shit in urban so-called culture. I'm sick and tired of people lying on our people. I know our people are really fucking serious. Go up to a fucking people, these young people right now and say, "Yo, man, I want you to do this and show your teeth and act like a fucking ape, jumping up and down." You know. Yeah, it's probably is Elvis. You know. Yeah, but people don't show their teeth and act like they're fucking a fool in front of things. If you're basically catching the Holy Spirit, that's in church. You know. But this guy's acting like a buffoon because somebody's paying him to act like a buffoon. That's the freaking problem. Social media is fucking reality. It's my reality, you know? Because like I said so many times in the last 3 days, right? I react to what I see on social media for 20 years. Everything I've been built the college genesis on is based on what I see in social media, right? Someone asked me, Carla, how you are with white people? I get along with white people in real life, but I don't get along with them on social media. To me, as far as social media is concerned, white people are devils, right? In real life, I have white people that are friends and family. I'm cool with, right? That's real life, right? Cool. In real life, I deal with black women. Blind black women. I even deal with black sisters from the hood, right? Well, on social media, it's a different story. So I'm only reacting to social media. Is that enough for you? Look, I have this one female. I didn't catch this, right? She wrote a whole blog about me, right? 6 months ago. I just caught it today, right? She all this innuendos, lies, and everything like that. I think this is Chantel. You know, some bitter fat black woman wrote this blog just condemning me and shit like that. I'll read it to you guys, right? Tell me what you think. You know, I think she really had it out for college genesis, man. Is this it, man? Is she basically is college genesis doom, man? She wrote this months ago. I didn't catch this, right? I didn't catch this, right? I didn't catch this, right? So let me see if I can find this. Oh yeah, here it is, right? She took a piece of my show. I should report it. Let me see. I think I will. Let's see. You know. Trans live report. Report. You know. Hello, folks. I'm basically filing a complaint. You know, hey, people could do it to me. I'll do it to them. You know, this is complete nonsense. You know, report. Oh, see that doesn't sound. I just reported her. Now that I reported her, let me read what she wrote. Let me see what she wrote. Okay, let's see this. She says Dwayne McCullough, aka College Genesis, brags about how successful his people are, but in his 60s, I'm not in my 60s, folks. I'm many years off from 60s, right? All right. Anyway, she used a clip of my thing. That's why I said that's illegal right there. She didn't use my clip. Yeah. So anyway, she goes. She must have found my website, so that's how she knew my sister's name. He uses his sister's house spare bedroom. I don't have a spare bedroom. I have a fucking in-law suite. I have half the house myself. When he talks about his success and greatness on his shows, he appears to be lumping himself in but living situation, but he would actually exclude him. Then again, this is the same man who brags about the property prices of where he lives, but forget to tell people he's bragging to about the property that's not his, and he lives just in a small bedroom. I have a big bedroom. I have a whole fucking loft up here, a whole suite up here. I got everything, I got everything upstairs and downstairs. I got like a whole fucking section of the house, not just one room. Okay, that's for the record, right? But he forgets to tell people that he lives, bragging about that property is not his. He lives in a small bedroom, and his little sister is his mammy landlord. No, it's not. We bought the house together. Sorry. His sister Mammy, she called my sister Mammy. My sister's not no goddamn Mammy. My sister Mammy felt bad for him. That's why she put him on his job as a big founder, right? Which I am the founder, right? Like I said on the website, I guess I'm listed as a founder. I'm the one who put this together, and me, even though my sister head of it, I'm the founder, I'm the brains behind everything. And founder, when he's not, she want to make him feel special. And whoa, I didn't know my sister did so much for me. She want to make me feel special. You don't know my sister very well. My sister's always dissing me. What are you kidding me? Make me that's a stretch. Make me want to feel special. Okay, that's funny. That my sister. I wonder if she checks his bedroom to see if he made up his bed before she drives him to work. One, she got like 3 cars, right? Nice cars, Benzes, Range Rovers, everything. And I got a nice car, a Mitsubishi G4, brand new. I got my own car. She don't drive me to the office. I drive myself. She drives herself. Okay, my brother drives himself. Okay, some people just put lies about you out there. I guess nobody. Only one person liked it. I don't know how many views, but no comments, no nothing like that. 6 months, she couldn't get one comment, right? And then he goes, in his sister's company, it's not her company, right? The agency co-owned by all 3 of us, me, my brother, and my sister. We co-own this agency. He said the same job of her employee. We don't have employees. We have agents. We have partners, right? We will get employees one day and whatnot. We'll all have a section of the agency to manage employees on our downline and whatnot, but we don't have employees yet. We have just associates. She pays him. She pays him the same wage. Nobody makes like we work on commission. That's how she's lying. These people don't know what the hell they talk about. He says now he was arrested with a Jamaican lady for 10 years. What I never ever dated or what was it with a Jamaican lady. Where does this come from? And she dumped him or kicked him out her house. I never lived with another woman. I never lived with a woman. I never shared a house with a woman. Right? He says she kicked Kala out of her house. His sister was kind enough to take him in. Oh, wow. I didn't know this. I had no idea. Wow, geez. Take him in. And she was even sweet enough to give him a job. Oh, yeah. I guess, I was already an independent agent before we started doing business together, right? I don't know. I think this might be his Chantel. She's so butthurt, man, And it gets worse. She says, Kala likes to come online and cosplay as a successful businessman. I'm not cosplaying, I am. And you'll see it when I'm buying my plane ticket next week. I'll be off to Liberia. Who knows? I might take a side trip to Ghana while I'm over there too. I'm gonna do some major moves this year when I'm in Liberia. Yeah, I'm a real businessman. I'm the real thing, folks. He likes to cosplay as a successful businessman and bragging about the sister's company, pretending as it's his. It is. Kala said that he had his own business before. His sister gave him a job. Ain't no job. I work for myself. This is what happens when Kala is in charge of anything. Oh, wow. Okay. I was saying, his whole life revolves around failures. Yet every day comes online claiming that he's intending to start his own country in Africa and only trusts himself to be in charge. That's true. That's true. Kala fancies himself as a ladies' man, right? But because he has found himself a poor woman in Liberia, my wife's not poor; she's educated. For poor women in Africa, she's not poor. She probably lives better. My wife, the house we got and lifestyle she has, probably better than most of these hood rats over here. You guys see my house in that video, poor country, his entire life around failures, yet every day he comes online claiming to start his own country in Africa. College fancies himself as a ladies' man. A poor woman in Liberia says he was not used to running water until she met him. She always had running water, bro. But pays her rent all year round, and he's not out of touch because he thinks she loves him. Well, yeah, she does love me. I wouldn't be doing it if I think she loved me, And then which we call this is Gary Coleman doing this. This is fucking Chantel, obviously. But pays her rent all year round. Relationship will last because she only has to tolerate his company for 2 weeks a year. No, it's actually more than that. And the rest of the time she's probably with her real man. Oh, oh, wow. That's like so yellow, this flabby yellow nigga. Another reason for relationship works is because Dwayne can't. I don't know. Man, I have no idea what she's talking about, but that's obviously Chantel. I wonder what happened to her. I wonder what happened to her. I didn't even see that, man. That's been up for a long time. Obviously, she pinned it so I could see it. She used my real name, everything like that. I mean, it is what it is, folks. You know something, folks? Since y'all know that, whatever like that, it's all bullshit, lies, whatever like that. You know that, right? But you know something? I don't give a fuck. Nothing anybody do can hurt me. Nothing anybody do can stop me. So try if you like. People think, I'm going to go after Kyle's real business. I'm going to go out and find out his real name. I'm going to find out where he lives. Like, go right the fuck ahead. I encourage it. Go ahead. Try it. Do it. and see where it gets you. Nowhere. So what you got to do is sit back, shut the hell up, and take this L. Because I'm invincible. Nothing can stop me. Nothing or no one can stop me. You know? I was gonna say you should have called it Gary Coleman. No, I didn't even do the Gary Coleman. I don't know who started that Gary. Who said Gary Coleman? Somebody called her Gary Coleman. I think it was Elvis called her Gary Coleman. I think Elvis did that. Call her Gary Coleman. That sets her off. Oh no, I think it was another female. She got into it with another female, called her Gary Coleman. You know, she has a hard on for me, man. You know, because the fact that I'm happy, my life and everything like that. I'm happy, Was it me? I called her Gary Coleman. No, I didn't come up with that. I think somebody else did. Somebody came up with it. I think I did call it, but I didn't come up with it. So I don't know what happened. Yeah, Athon. Yeah, those of us who are fucking awakened, right, is on fire, that want better, whether it's building and those who basically we haven't lost, we haven't just begun, right? Those basically black people who are awakened, we don't take Africa off the table. That's how you can tell when somebody's a race traitor or not, right? They always want to make sure that we have no escape route out of America, you know, so it is. If I shot tough, listen, if I offended you, call you Gary Coleman, which you do look like, I apologize. I don't think I call. I think somebody else typed it in the chat room, and I think I just went along with it. I think I just went along. I think I was repeating what I heard in the chat room. I couldn't have came up with something like that, Gary Coleman. That's funny, man. That's hilarious. Yeah. So those of us who are real about this life, we're not saying Africa's the answer. All we're saying is we do not take Africa off the table. Africa has to be on the table, and Afghanistan has to be on the table. We'll talk about going forward. What happens is people want to negotiate from a position of powerlessness, so we can always be in a position where we're going back to the white man on our knees. Yeah, somebody said, notice the people who don't bring awareness to serious problems in the world, but tend to dumb down. Yeah, everything is dumbed down and whatnot. Everything ends up in a fucking, let's go have the cookout. Let's all niggas dancing and shucking and jiving. I cannot stand foolishness, right? The anger and the hatred in me fucking checks the foolish spirit, right? The hatred basically awakens the serious spirit and the spirit of vengeance in me, you know, and the rage and anger that I feel every day, you know. But when you're a foolish person like this guy in this video right here, foolish person, you could do something like that. That's what these are foolish people, that think everything's a joke. There's always implications behind that. When somebody gets you out there acting a fool like that, they're trying to do something. They're trying to demean you. They're trying to clown you. And the word anybody knows, if you're on the street, if somebody gets the impression that you're a clown, you're dead. Because you know why? Because if they think you're a clown or you're foolish, they're going to try you. That means you're weak. They're going to try you. Hustle Smart knows that. You got to have that fucking that fucking look on your face and that steely resolve on your face. That nigga, if you try it, you can't even think about trying some shit. Let's call have children. I have a stepson. That's the one thing I always regret. Because when I was younger, I was running the streets and whatnot, running with different women. Right. I never settled down, right? Until I got older. When I got older, when I turned 40, I said, damn, man, I want to settle down. That was like, 16, 17 years ago, something like that, in my early 40s. I said, man, I want to settle down and get married. Then I found out that by the time I'm 40, every last single female out there, my age, were grannies. So I was like, damn, man, what the fuck am I gonna do? I missed my opportunity to fucking get away. My brother, he got him and his wife, they were together since they were 19. I could have done that, and been with somebody else. I could have had grandkids and everything like that, but I was just having too much fun. Big Cat says, who is this guy open his mouth? I'm the college Genesis. Please. Oh, you talking about the guy in the picture? Oh, a typical FBA or I believe it's probably some African coon. They're the same difference, right? An FBA and an African immigrant coon is the same damn thing. They're all fucking buck dancing shit like that. Oh wow, man! And why you say that's Kwame's cousin, man? God, why you gonna diss Kwame like that, man? What did he do to you, Nigeria first, man? What did he do to you, man? What did Kwame ever do to you, man? That you gonna diss Kwame like that? I would say that's Elvis. That's what I would say. I would say, that looks like Elvis or not. But folks, man, I am telling you right now, I am like the happiest I've ever been in years, man. And let me tell you something, not just about money. I mean, money does make you happy, right? I'm really happy right now in life. I really got everything going for me and stuff like that. Not just monetarily. Money, yeah, money's great. But let me stop lying. I would not be fucking happy if I didn't have fucking money. Let's stop that bullshit right now. I'm just so. You ever see these TV shows? Although I don't have nothing, I got get the fuck out of here, man. I could never be happy being broke. Get the fuck out of here. I could never even pretend like that. I don't know what shit. When I'm broke, man, I'm an angry, miserable mother effer. So you got money, right? Now I can look at my life. Oh, life is great. Life is great. I love doing what I'm doing. That's because I have money. And money does a lot of things. Shame has to be like that, right? I wish I could be like a billionaire where money's not even a factor. Then it was like this, but I'm still on my grind. I got a business and everything like that, but I got to keep making money to keep my lifestyle up and everything like that. And the guy is a fucking clown. The bottom line is social media rewards stupidity and foolishness. They reward stupidity, mediocrity, and foolishness. And like I said, we're in a civil war. There's some people that want to keep us looking like this. This is what the white man puts on. You see the video we played yesterday of the black woman eating with dogs. Did you guys see the video yesterday? Do you guys want put a one in the chat room? You want me to play that video again with the lady, black woman, a white man had her on a chain and put a dog bowl out, and she was eating like a fucking dog. Look at this dummy. Real Pan Africans don't need money. We're people of this. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. Oh man, Mr. Cat. Well, you went part. I bet you didn't go past third grade, right? You guys want me to play that video game? Put a one in the chat room. I need a couple more. This is what I'm talking about, right? We need a delineation from the foolishness, right? You know, hell no, it's embarrassing. No, I gotta play it. I got to do it. I got to do it. Real Pan Africans don't need money. Shut the fuck up. Oh man. So let me get this buffoon out of here. Civil war means a state of civil war, right? I think we gotta start drawing lines. You got to find out which side of this equation. Are you on the side of this guy with his mouth fucking open up, making a fool out of himself? Or are you on the serious fucking side of the black equation? I'm dead serious. You got to decide what you want to be on. Let me find this video. Let me find this video, folks. Give me a second. Find this video of this freaking female. Like I said, we need a cleansing of Black America. We really do. We need a fucking purge. There we go. We need a fucking purge. Let me find out. I wonder, is this an African lady? I wonder if this is a bleached African lady. Somebody tell me this is not one of us. No, I'm sorry. I wish it was AI. But that shit looks too fucking real. That's no AI would say AI on the bottom. If it was AI generated, it'll say it. All right, now you guys see the video. All right, now this is a black woman, or not? A queen. She's a queen. She's a queen, right? Getting treated like a queen. A white man is basically feeding her like a dog, or not? That's what you see every time I see an interracial couple. This is what I think they do. They get in there and they play these role plays and shit. So here we go. The white man's dog. And one, don't try to put that on us. I think she's Nigerian. Fair use, folks. Fair use.
Come check this.
And we're just basically, black people are just all over. We're just like a deafening silence. We're just sitting there saying, something's about to go down, man. We're just sick and tired of this shit. Really are. You know, if you niggas think that this is okay or not, yo, one day we will have our vengeance. Against race traitors and traitors to us and whatnot. Yeah. She's probably FBA. She's not African American. She's an FBA. Who's censoring you, Baby Rodriguez? I didn't censor you. I haven't timed you out or nothing like that. I don't know. You must have pissed one of the moderators off and shit. Yeah, that's your FBA people. She's probably gonna get online talking about black immigrants, this Nigerians, this Ghanaians, this and whatnot. I'm a foundational Black America. Where's my reparations check? Well, that's your FBA check right there. She probably left her kids, all five of her kids, with one of her baby daddies. You know, But yeah, like I said, this is what we're at right now. We're in a fucking serious war that we have irreconcilable differences. Irreconcilable differences. And some black people, that's what they see. They want foolishness. They want foolishness, and they want the nonsense and everything. They like laying down the white people. When I see you see in the video, right? She's on her knees. There's some black people that okay, if that's what they want to do, but when you're gonna make us give off the impression of white people that we all like that, they need to understand there's people like me out here that'll go up, bust them upside the head if they even think they're gonna do something like this on me. Who's on the black immigrants hate train? The white people? Yeah, they always hated black immigrants, but we're a bigger punching bag, you know. Before, the reason why they didn't attack black immigrants is because no, I look, Big Cat C, I want division. I want division. I want division. I want a dividing line. I want to be clear who's with me and who's not. I want there to be the division. If it means certain black people hating each other, so be it. I want division. I want to know who I'm riding with and who's not. You know, I don't give a fuck about no unity. I don't give a shit about unity. I'm not unifying with a bunch of fucking Sambos and coons. I'm not doing it. So the thing is, they basically always hated black immigrants, right? But because this is the whole thing. White people are smart in there. That's what shows you white supremacy is not invincible, you know? They realize if you got newly emerging African countries, right? And every white person knew this without even telling us, right? You got to treat somebody from Ghana, Nigeria, Senegal somewhat better than you treat your native black people, right? Because you don't want them going back to their country and saying, I was treated bad. You want them to go back to their country saying, oh, America's this just place. White people were cool and everything like that. That's what the game was. That's why you had the Peace Corps. Whereas black people, they realize we don't have an Afghanistan. We don't have anything, right? There's no repercussions for mistreating black people, black Americans here. So Africans and Caribbeans, they think that they're on high. They're like, no. And what happens is now is that white people say, you know something? Donald Trump at least says, you know something? We're tired of playing nice. We don't need you people. That's why he suspended all. He wants to shut down all these embassies in Africa. Just basically, we don't care anymore. You know, up until now, it's up until Trump. America's been trying to build relations with Africa by capturing hearts and minds. Now they don't want to do that anymore. Now it's like we don't care. So you go expect to see more racism towards black immigrants too. Now that the bottom has dropped out in the world, you know, that's a word of what. If you haven't figured that out, folks, then you like this. The only reason that they were giving any sort of respect over us is because you had something that they want. Now they figure if you have something in Africa, they can go just take it. Nigerian oil tanker in Nigeria, the United States government seized an oil tanker in Nigeria. What are you gonna do about it? When the United States get ready to take friggin' billions of dollars, trillions of dollars worth of minerals from the Congo, who's gonna stop them? Who's gonna stop them? Nobody. You think they care about the relationship between them right now by using? That's what they always do. They always use the citizens of a country to do their bidding. Right now, they don't care. They're like, we don't need these people in our country no more. If we want somebody to Congo, we're just gonna fucking take it. We don't need to get together, spend all this money with some student group or some dissident group and whatnot. You know, that stuff is expensive. So we're just saying, you know, something. Let's bypass all that and just fucking take what we want out of Africa. You know, that's what it is. You know. So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. Now we're almost like an hour into the show. Kyle Jensen's can go 10 hours talking and whatnot. But I want to see what the people have to say. Are we in a civil war? Should we have a civil war in Black America? You know. Before we do that, let me play this video I was telling you about. Right, played the wrong video and this clown came up here. So let me play this video. I know I sent this video out, what the hell? I know I sent this video. I know I sent this video. What is this video? I know I sent this video. No, that's not the last video. No. You Nigerians, y'all gotta come get your boy, man. Seriously. Y'all gotta come get your boy. I don't know what I did with this one video. Let me see if I can find it and send it again. The sister, she was a video about a sister, she got jumped by some stupid hood rats, See if I can find this video, folks. Oh, shut up. Yeah. OMG. There we go. Okay, so I don't know. I didn't send this. No, I reposted it. All right, let me send it now. I must be slipping, man. Shit. I am really slipping. Age is catching up to me or some shit. I'm slipping. All right, a video should be up in a second. I saw one video I'm gonna play later about, despite the fact that there's real good progress going on in Liberia, you got these protesters out there. Just out there protesting, and these are the same Elvis type people. When they protest, just a protest. Now, you ask yourself this question, right? That's the question. You got a native people. They said they want the power. Native people run the country, and they're still fucking protesting. They're still out there acting a damn fool. When Yeah, whatever it is, laughing like a saga. Yeah, tell them to bring that shit to Nigeria. How about that, man? We don't want to fucking see that shit here. We don't not want to see this shit here. I don't know. I think that video is not. Okay. That video I tried to show you. I think it's blocked. It's not being. You can't send it or share it. That's what it is because it's not coming through. Okay, that's fine. I said, well, she got jumped by these girls because they were acting loud, right, for no reason. And she looked over there, and the fact that she glanced over at them fucking talking loud, they went over there and they assaulted her, and then she went to another dollar store and they followed to the dollar store, and the one girl pepper sprayed her in the face, and the other girl clocked her in the face one night, and they jumped her. It's a pretty black girl too. They jumped her, right? And you're like, you ain't cute, blah, 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 this stupid shit, the husky hyena shit, There's nasty shit. And let me tell you something, right? If you get offended what I just said, fuck you. Really. I am so sick and tired of the sisterhood. Black women can't stand up and say, look, that's not me. Like a lot of black women say stuff about some way some niggas act, I don't say nothing because I know they're not talking about me. I know they're talking about all black men, not the black men I know. I just assume they're talking about a certain segment of black men that act like that they choose to get with. Me personally, I don't get with none of these so-called sisters. I only act in what I see on social media. This is not me. When I say stuff, it's not anybody I know in my personal life. I don't know any hood rats, So I'm like this, anytime somebody's doing this stupid ghetto ass stuff, anytime you can't go to a store and mind your damn business, being civilized, you go, look, I'm too old for this shit, fighting, get a fist fight and getting an altercation with fucking two stupid girls and whatnot, three stupid girls and whatnot, This is the thing. You could be in black people. It's like when you talk about getting jumped, like usually something you're up into your late teens. When you get your 20s, you start going to adulthood. You expect to live like an adult when not. With black people, man, it's like, damn, you can get into a serious fist fight altercation well into your 40s and 50s and shit. It's like, goddamn, I'm in my 50s. What the hell am I out here fist fighting, going toe to toe with somebody for? It was ignorant black people. These ignorant black people, they basically they get to about 15, right? And they stay 15 in the mentality till they're well almost in their 60s. Anything goes. They got no morals, no nothing. They're violent, whatever like that, and crass, John Public said the so-called good black women defend. Yeah, that's a problem. The good black women always make excuses for the 305 city shit, and that's got to stop. That's what it is. I think they secretly live through these women. They think these women got it going on. That's why the people who watch all that stuff are just the good, so-called good black women, which I think there's very few of them, to tell you the truth, right? Because they all, they're not acting like that, they all participate in that culture in one way or the other. Even women I know, when it's like, it's like you don't got nothing else better to watch on television than fucking Love and Hip Hop or Basketball Wives, some stupid shit like that. Is there nothing else you could watch or not? Just because you see a fucking woman driving a nice car, when I don't mean nothing. I could criticize Bunquisha, true quote. You can't. When you say that, it's offensive because you're a foreigner. I can criticize her because I'm talking about my own women. You're talking about fucking another woman. You worry about your fucking whatever Abiola, whatever his name is, Abiola shit. Nigerian bed wenches and shit. The silent majority don't speak up because they're scared. When I'm telling people, stop being fucking scared. Stop worrying about losing friends and losing influence and whatnot. Tell it like the fuck it is. Yeah, Tandria. What kind of name is Tandria? I used to know a girl named Chandra. I guess when you hang out in the ghetto enough, you see all these names. Tandria Williams. If that's not FBA ghetto, I don't know what the hell it is, man. Collar so weak, no need to call in. Your black women don't even marry black American women. Double. What the hell are you talking about? You didn't marry. So what the hell? I married a black woman, didn't I? What the hell I care? She's black, ain't she? Long as she's black, that's all it is. Barry Russ said, "Chook fool, do yourself a favor, stay out of black freedom business. You Nigerians have enough business. A black woman is a black woman. Yeah, a black woman is a black woman. That's all it is, man. But you think my wife is not musty. Trust me. She pays Bath and Body Work. She got all kinds of African women got these oils, all this stuff. It's like in addition to perfume, Victoria's Secret got to buy her. She got all these oils, powders, and everything. Like she's so fucking clean, that I think I'm fucking dirty when I'm around there. She makes me take like 3 showers when I'm there. When I'm like, dude, how many times a day we got to fucking shower and whatnot? It's the truth. So bottom line, I don't know what you're talking about, Tandria, because you've never been out of the country. You got to worry about your little project thing. You better worry about that roof leak in your project. You better get down to that superintendent, have him fix that roof, that leaking on your babies in your project house. Yeah, well, what's the big deal about being an American anyway? I don't understand. I don't understand the big deal about being an American. I don't understand what's the big cry about. But let me anyway. While I'm talking, let me put this in the chat room. If you want to call in, you want to talk about as Black American as Civil War, if you want to have a conversation with the College Genesis, what African brother then broke your jaw? You can talk. What are you talking about? What African brother then broke your jaw? You can barely talk. Who, me? I've been talking for an hour. What do you mean I can't barely talk? Tandra, you study history like she hasn't studied shit. She's never read a book. Tandria is okay though. She just got to learn how to read and write. Yo, folks, that's amazing. Almost 900 views from last night's show, man. God, dog. Nigerian last. Your mofo is always meddling. You're going to pass. Wow. Tandria, these Europeans that we have are slave legacy. Yep. Tandria Chantel. I should have thought of that. Chantel or Tandria, I read your little note to me and whatnot. And you got it wrong. I don't work for my sister. We work together. We're not together. And we have a house together. It's no big deal. We're family. Me and my sister are family. We've been, we're a very close knit family. We're not one of these ghetto ass people. Basically, like somebody doing me a favor. We are a family. We built a business together and we live together. So, and we invest together. We work together. You are Chantel. Call in, prove that you're not Chantel. Yeah, man, it is what it is, man. I sit there with my lovely wife, who I can't wait to see. She was like telling me, man, I need a flat screen TV. I didn't want to give her the money because I just like shit. All right, I'll do it when I get there, right? That'll buy me some time, right? I want to buy a flat screen TV, but I want to bring my own Fire Stick over there, right? So I use the excuse that, I want to make sure my Fire Sticks fit. I'm like this. I'm gonna find a good deal. Once she kept showing me, it was in China Mall. It was like 50 inches. I know I can get something cheaper than that. So when I get there, I'm gonna buy a flat screen TV, big flat screen TV. We're gonna, look, I'm gonna be sitting in Liberia, nice house, pad and everything under AC, chilling, eating the fucking best food in the world, right? With my fucking wife. And we have a flat screen TV. I'm gonna freaking make a list of movies we're gonna watch or whatnot. We're gonna have movie night like every night when I invite our friends over and shit. So we have like a theater, right there in our living room, like a theater. We'll make it like a theater, right? We got nice furniture there. So I have a beautiful life in Africa. I just want to get it so by 2027, I could live at least 5-6 months out of the year over there. And then one day permanently. So all these people who are angry, you should be I don't talk down on Black Americans. Look, how would I be talking about? I defend Black Americans, right? But I also put my foot up you dusty niggas' asses. I don't like FBA because you guys nothing but ghetto ass trash. I don't like the FBA mentality. I don't like that hood ghetto nasty ass mentality. When I cannot stand that shit. But Black America, I am Black America. I love Black America, the real Black America. That's why we need a civil war so we know who's who. The FBA, the swirlers, the I not African, the pretendians, the delineators and the the investors, the thugs, the city girls, all that toxic part of Black America. I want to put them on one side, right, and just deal with them. I don't want the thing. Look, FBA is ghetto. FBA is ghetto. That's the fucking ghetto ass fucking. FBA is the most ghetto shit that fucking came up with a fucking Tariq Nasheed, King Ghetto himself or not. Remember first president Raphael Ghetto, Tariq El Ghetto. Tariq is ghetto as shit, man. The fuck you talk about? That's a ghetto ass nigga, man. That's the most ghetto nigga out there, man. Of all the people that's out there, I always thought maybe Umar was a little ghetto, but Tariq is fucking ghetto. King Flex. I think it's ghetto as shit. No, it's a ghetto lineage, right? They don't know their real history. Now, a better name would have been historical African American. That would have been more legit, you know. But foundational Black America, like we just came out of nowhere and just became black inside this country, man. That's fucking ghetto, fucking. So I guess we're all hood rats and YNs back then too, you know. I do know what FBA means. FBA means ghetto ass black people who don't know their history. You know, really, FBA means ghetto ass black people who don't know their history. I want somebody to come up here and argue. If you was the case, you were right. If I'm not right, then how come nobody won't come up here and explain in their own words what FBA means? Why are people scared? If you really really believe all that, then you will come up here and articulate it, but you can't. Because you know when I start asking you questions, you're gonna humming. You start flapping your big lips and whatnot and start saying, that's all I'm gonna hear. You know, a bunch of jibber jabber. You guys are the dumbest fucking people that ever came around. I thought the fucking New Orleans was stupid, man, but goddamn, the FBA, man, y'all take the cake. Y'all the dumbest niggas that ever came around. Yeah, forever bacon asses, you know. Yeah, Africa's a cursed country. What the fuck you think you are? You ain't got a continent, you know, nigga. Name ourselves have a cursed continent. You know, FBA is nothing but white people on the inside. All they are is fucking white people trapped in a fucking ghetto ass black body with big asses, big lips, you know. And you know what gets me is, you never notice the FBAs tend to look, they look like, you know, Africans are very good, beautiful people, right? But then you got some people that just don't look cosmetically thing. Why does the FBA look like the worst of Africans, but they always denying Africa? You know, they look, most FBA look like the stereotypical African, you know. Yeah, I'm an African. Yeah, it says the guy looks like Shaka Zulu. Motherfucker be looking like Flavor Flav and Shaka Zulu talking about I ain't African, you know. Oh, look at this. 4 Righteous. How you doing, 4 Righteous? Hey, 4 Righteous, I got your plane ticket, right? We're gonna get you to Africa. I can see 4 Righteous in the marketplace, man, selling mangoes and fruit and whatnot, you know. You know, I can see 4 Righteous out there, man. I can see 4 Righteous up there when she goes out, get some potato salad. Woo! Let's get it going, man. 4 Righteous and Tandra, you know, they're doing both shaking their big asses and whatnot, you know, in the kitchen, man. Making some chicken and wings and whatnot, you know, and making some fufu and whatnot, you know, man, you know, I can see it. I got a vision, you know. You know, but 4 Righteous, I love you too. You know, I love you too. You know, I love you too, 4 Righteous. You know, now I'm Jim Jones, huh? Oh wow, okay. You know, okay. Well, you know, 4 Righteous, but yeah, but you got those big fat pork fried fingers. You know, every time you do a video and whatnot, you put your fingers in the thing. I'm like, God damn, is that a bear or Bigfoot whatnot with them big hands and whatnot? God damn. I would hate to get smacked by 4 Righteous, man, you know. But it's okay, man. The FBA people, man, they're on their way out. You know, trust me, they're on their way out. I got all my teeth too. You know, what the hell are you talking about? 4 righteous black folks, whatnot. You know, 4 righteous black folks. You know, I don't have no fucking dentures. No, I don't have no damn dentures. Shut up. People just make up anything, man. Make up anything. People just make up things. Talk about my sister gave me a job. That's funny. She said I'm the head. It make me feel good about myself. You don't know my sister very well. She goes out of her way not to make me feel good about myself. Oh man, this is hilarious, man. But yeah, so we're gonna have a good time, man. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Why you whack Africans now then crying about getting banned in America in January? You really think Africans are gonna get banned after January? You think they're going somewhere for righteous? You really think Donald Trump's gonna go through it deporting Africans? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, Africans are here to stay. And be careful for righteous. You might get swept up in that shit. You look up when the next you see four righteous at the airport in Ghana and whatnot. I'm a foundational Black American. Oh, let me back and whatnot. They're like, no, for righteous whatnot. We did a DNA test. You're 100% a con. You gotta stay there. That's what they're gonna be doing. They're gonna be sweeping people like four righteous up. Sending them back to Ghana and shit like that. She like trying to plead her way. I'm a foundational Indian Native American. Okay. Yeah, he did a travel ban just when they come round you up, make sure it ain't one of those countries that you get stuck over there with. You're indigenous American. Oh, okay. Hey, Four Righteous, you know something? I want to ask a question. I want you to come up and ask a question, right? Do you know that the FBI just busted an indigenous Turtle Island extremist group, and they didn't look nothing like you. These people said they want everybody gone, right? They want their continent back. These are the true indigenous people of America, right? And they don't look like you. They look brown or reddish brown. They got long hair, high cheekbones, and all shit like that, and kind of light skin, whatever like that, almond colored eyes, you know. And I'm saying to myself, what are the friggin' the nappy head 4C hair people like For Righteous gonna do? Where's Chandra? I mean, when the time comes where Chandra, do you got a wig? You and Passport Native American too? You got a wig? Come on, For Righteous, come up. You haven't come up in a long time. Tell me what's on your mind. You are not no multi-race. Shut the heck up. You are an African, For Righteous. You are an African. Just live with that, man. Just basically, if people just accept what they are, man, I'm praying for Righteous, man. That one day she can be like, oh, something, Carla, you're right. I'm African. What do we do? And Baby Rodriguez, freedmen are not what you call freedmen are not Africans. Yes, you are. The only race of people they enslaved by race was the African race. Yeah, FBAs are all uneducated. They actually believe so because most of them never read a book. Most of them actually believe so because they never read a book. They really do think they're indigenous. The slaves came from Africa. So it is what it is, folks. I'm like, you know, Liberia was founded by free black people, not slaves, free black people that lived in America, who for a century or so, who had gotten free or escaped slavery altogether, but they were not safe in America. So they had to remove these free blacks from the United States. That's why they created Liberia, to remove free black population in order not to contaminate the white and Native American population. They figured black people would contaminate the Native population, indigenous, and the white population. So to prevent our genes from spreading and Africanizing America, they decided to move us because the African gene is toxic to them, You are African, Bibba Rodriguez, you were just as African as Kunta Kinte, you know. Yeah, I picked a side. I'm a side of black nationalism. Yeah, Lisa Simone went there. Everybody went there. Red Fox went there. John Amos went there. All these people went there. We got sewer systems and roads in Liberia. I don't know about but we got sewer systems and roads in Liberia. We built them over 100 years ago. So it is what it is, folks. Yeah, Red Fox was funny. So, folks, is Black American Civil War. Let me find some more videos to play, folks. Give me 1 second. I don't know. There's something wrong with my Twitter feed. It's not going nowhere. I mean, not Twitter. TikTok. It's not sending me a push notification. It's not emailing the links. I don't know what's going on. It's not working. So you call it only idiot running, living in a squalor. Most of us a little better. Oh, but to live in squalor. I'm not living in squalor. In fact, let's play some videos, folks. Let's play videos. Let me play some videos, folks. Let's see how much am I living in squalor. Let's see my videos. Okay, hold up. All right. So people want to ask me about Liberia. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
This is
Now this is Club Maserado. Show me another club in America that's as nice as this. Let me show you.
Club Mazzarato for YouTube. One place I've never been here before. So I hope I enjoy this place. I hope I enjoy it. You know, first time here. The calabash is closed tonight, so we're here. Let's see how this works. I don't know if I'm on steps. I don't know. Good workout. What's up, babe? Yeah. How you doing, bro?
Okay.
You mind if I get you on camera? What's your name?
I see.
All right, good to meet you, brother.
Thank you.
That's all, yeah.
Yes.
That was that. That's Club Maserado. I gotta find the other thing. You know, now somebody Tan Williams says, "Oh, my musty." Look, I'm not musty. You know, I don't know what the hell you talking about. This is another thing. You can tell when somebody listens to that ignorant ass fucking ghetto street pimp fucking Tariq Nasheed. Everybody's fucking musty, but the FBA are like the dirtiest fucking people that you're ever gonna meet. You know, the most ghetto ass people. You know, all that fucking government cheese and all that fucking that government welfare you're on, Tandria Williams, whatnot. That makes you musty. You know, when you only keep afford Ivory soap instead of getting things like Irish Spring and shit like that. You know, that's what makes you musty. You know, don't tell me about no damn musty. You FBAs are the dirtiest fucking niggas on the planet. You know. Right, the FBAs, man, they're fucking finished. They're like there's a black America that's thriving right now, and then you got the FBAs. You know, the FBAs are the ones committing all the crimes. They're the ones spreading the diseases. They're the ones acting stupid, ignorant, and whatnot. You know, and now they do is want to lash out at fucking black people. You know, they want to lash out at black immigrants. Right? They need somebody to fucking pick on. You know, they need somebody to pick on, so they basically go and pick on black immigrants, right? Because nobody you won't pick. They don't pick on nobody their size. You know, they pick on picking the lowest hanging fruit. You know. I just see, that was my house in Liberia. And I would say like this. No, that's a good life, a good life, you know, you know. Which we have two built-in showers. Yeah, I had two custom-made showers made. Shower thing with the big head that sprays you on the back, whatever like that. That's hanging there. I have two freaking, one for the guests and one in our master bedroom. So we got two showers, two full baths. But I'll be there in like 2 months. For Righteous, if you want to know, I'll be there in 2 months. Matter of fact, I'm buying my plane ticket next week. So I get the time. You know. What funk? The only funk I see. You ever go to one of these FBA houses right in the ghetto, right? It smells like roach spray, soiled diapers, and piss. And fucking stale fucking ramen noodles. You take stale ramen noodles, right? And you ever see diapers when they're too lazy and dirty to fucking throw them in the garbage and take them to the dumpster? There's laying all over the place, wrapped up and whatnot. And they eventually, after a couple of days, they got maggots crawling out of them and roaches and everything like that and whatnot. And they look all fucking filthy and disgusting. And then they got fucking, that smell of roach spray kills me. I cannot, I go in the house and I smell roach spray. I walk right the fuck out. That's how most FBA houses are, You know. It ain't my mother-in-law house. That's my house, My house. Yeah, man. You go to some of these FBA houses. It's disgusting, They're like the low trash in Black America, So what? Who do you touch it twice a year for, Righteous? Nobody. Ain't nobody touching you. So what are you worried about it, Well, it's well worth it when in 2027 when I'm living there full time. It's well worth it. I got the perfect girl I love. I would be with. Most of you people ain't got nobody, So FBAs are always single. They're always broken and shit like that, So yeah, but it's better than fucking FBA houses. Your houses smell like shit. Your houses smell like fucking funky, pooped up diapers and shit, with roach spray. That's what you FBAs smell like, Yeah, 4 Righteous eating alone, Look, I don't hate on my own people. I hate FBAs. FBAs are not my people. African Americans are my people. Civilized African Americans are my people, Yeah, FBA neighborhoods are probably dirtier than fucking any country you'll see in Africa. Really. Don't let me play some of the hoods. How people live, how you motherfuckers live. You FBAs live. You guys are the bottom of Black society. You guys are an embarrassment to the Black race. Really. No, I'm not talking about Black Americans. I'm talking about you fucking FBAs. I ain't talking about Black Americans. I'm talking about FBAs, I'm talking about you fucking, I'm not, that's why, look, anybody that believed they're Indigenous America, obviously they grew up with no encyclopedias in the house. They grew up with no Ebony magazine in the house. They grew up with no Right On magazine in the house. They grew up with none of the friggin', they didn't grow up with fucking pictures of Malcolm X's house. They never grew up with a picture of Africa on the wall, which every house, Black house should have. A picture of Africa and the continent on the wall. They never grew up with a picture of Martin Luther King on the house and whatnot, There's ignorant fucking ghetto ass fucking people, I'm not supposed to. These aren't my people. The FBAs are not my fucking people. These ghetto ass black people, I hate them. Like I said, I'm the supreme hate monger, right? These FBA types who believe that shit like that, all this shit like 4 Righteous does, I fucking hate them. I wish them the worst in fucking life. The real black Americans, people civilized, that's building shit. You know, it's about stuff that we're getting together. We get along. We ain't fighting each other and shit like that. You know, we get along with anybody who gets along with us. You know, we check Africans too. The same thing. You got African trash too. But the biggest trash collectors are these fucking FBAs. They're the biggest trash in the world. Yeah, I'm going deep. I'm telling it like it fucking is. You know, I'm not candy coating this shit no more. FBA is not Black America. There's a civil war going on. Plain and simple. There's a civil war going on in Black America. And the bottom line is I'm determined to crush these FBA people, right? So go out there, tell Tariq, you know, what I said. If he got a beef with it, man, tell him to come see me, you know? No, I love the man I see in the mirror. I just don't like looking in the back over my shoulder and saying, you friggin' dumb, you Sambos, you know? Who cares, you know? Nobody expects your lame ass, whatever. For rights, this channels keep growing and growing and growing, you know? I got almost 1,000 views from last night for Righteous. What do you think about that? 1,000 views, you know? 1,000 views from almost last night, man. Can you believe it? Can you dig it? You know, I'm back where I was when I left off. You know, this makes 20 straight days. Every show except for one was 6 hours or more. 20 straight days. You know, I'm not dropping. I don't need his name for fucking clout. He's a clown. You know. Well, yeah, okay. I have no influence. Okay, sure, I don't have influence. You know. They always say Africans are musty, but like I said, just go into one of these FBA fucking house. You can smell the fucking ghetto from like a mile away. You know, a fucking FBA, man. They're fucking dirtiest fucking people on the fucking planet. All right, Elvis, what's on your mind?
What's up, Bob?
Yeah, what's going on?
It's just the topic tonight is kind of on balance. You think there's a civil? I think it's kind of unbalanced. You know, you said there's a civil war between African Americans and who? And FBA.
No, I said there's a friggin' not just FBA. It's a whole bunch of slew of fucking people. You know, just a friggin' bunch of garbage black people in the community I'm tired of, right? I'm sick of the swirlers. I'm sick of
Are you sure about that, Kyle? Do you enable garbage black people? Do you think you enable garbage black people? I'm asking you a question.
Look, I know my fucking people. Just like Donald Trump knows white America. I know black America. I know my people. You know, the real black people. That's why you cannot fool me with this FBA, all this nonsense. A lot of people like, this is what I'm saying, but the doppelgangers, they go around pretending, they're really people that misfits and whatnot. They go around pretending like they're normal black people, they're not. You know, people go around and pretending like they're one of us, and they're not. They're nothing but ghetto ass trash and whatnot, pretending like they're sophisticated civil.
Colin, you're attacking the bottom half of your people. Every group have a bottom half. I'm not
talking about the bottom half. I'm also talking about the black people with fucking money. You know, you got black people with money. You think, oh, I got a little bit of money in the bank. Now I'm in high society. No, the fuck not. You're still a piece of trash. You were. You're fucking trash with fucking, you're ghetto trash with money. You know?
Wow.
That's the way I see it. You
know? That's vociferous hatred for your own people.
And people do not fly right. And what I believe black America should be, I have a right to hate them. You know? If you're trying to destroy my community, right? If you're trying to destroy our image and everything like that, you're trying to undermine the well-being of black people. Yeah, I fucking hate you. And I have a right to hate you, you know? You got people out there basically just like I look at the music, I look at everything like that. There's people who are sworn to freaking make us look fucking bad, undermine like 70 years of progress in this country. 70 years. We went from fucking being step and fetch it to fucking being respected people, you know? That we produce a Bill Cosby, fucking Michael Jordan, a Muhammad Ali. We produce authors like Alex Haley. When the world saw us differently, the whole world changed over a freaking course of like 2 generations. Now all that stuff is going down the tubes. All the fucking garbage that social media is putting out there. When I'm like I said, I can't do nothing about it other than just voice my disdain. Hopefully, and I think a lot of black people right now are feeling what I'm saying. I know what people are feeling what I'm saying because they're tired of it. So take it for all you want, you know. But that's what I said. Most people basically. So, Forbright says, "For just because you married a wench, what the hell are you talking about? You know, well, my wife is not a fucking. Why do people? This is what I'm saying about the FBA. See what garbage she is. How is she assault? My wife is the sweetest person.
Carla, you get offended.
Oh, Elvis, shut the fuck up, right? This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there you go. You're getting offended because somebody insulted your woman.
First of all, I would
but
never.
You sit here. You call Nigerians wenches.
Hold on. I never called nobody no Nigerian. What do you talk about?
You said go and tell your Nigerian wench. You know when you was talking.
When did I say that?
It was Chuku. You said that to Chuku.
No, I said.
I know Abiola or whoever.
I said if you're gonna talk about wenches, why don't you talk about your Nigerian ones? That's it.
Right.
That's fair. Right. But I didn't just order no way to talk about called Nigerian. I'm talking about the ones he should be concerned about. If he's concerned about Bunquisha, you worry about the Nigerians, right? I said let me worry about Bunquisha. That's all I'm saying. You know, I said every group of people got their own fucking problem. I'm focused on Black America's problems. I'll deal with the Pookies, the Bequishas, shit like that right there. I don't need an outsider mocking my fucking people. You know, I'll check my people. I don't need you fucking making mockery. He does it just to make a mockery of Black America. You know, I'm pointing out that the bad behavior is not us. You know, that's not us. He wants to attribute this bad behavior as us. Kyle, you were raised by your mother because of the show. No, I was raised by a mother and father. I had my mother and my father in the house. You know, I had a mother and a father, 2 beautiful Christian parents. I had a perfect life growing up. You know, they gave me everything I needed, love. They gave me everything I needed. I had a beautiful life growing up. So please stop with this projecting shit. You know, stop gonna worry about your Africa and get you. Look. The bottom line is this, lady, you just talked about my fucking wife, you know? You know, I try to block your ass for that shit. You're like, I tell people all the time, you say what you want about me. You not everybody talk about my fucking wife. I don't like nobody talking about my wife, you know? Because she's innocent. She's the sweetest person in the freaking world. You know, keep out now. I'll keep talking about your fucking FBA people. You know, I'm not talking about anybody specific. I'm talking about what you guys put out there as FBA. That's what I'm reacting to. I'm looking at the fucking embarrassing shit you guys say online all the time. We're not, you know, making us look like Black people, like, and they're so loud. You guys don't have jobs. The FBA don't have jobs. That's why you can be able to sit on TikTok for 8 and 9 hours a day arguing with Africans and starting arguments over fucking nothing. This is what I'm talking about tonight. So, but I'm just telling people, these people that sit online think that the biggest problem they have is some poor African sitting here trying to scrape a living together in America. Is your biggest problem. You sitting there talking about Trump is going to deport. Why the fuck does that got to do with you? Tariq begs to differ. He needs you to try Lucky Lavender Root deodorant collar. I don't know what the fuck that means. I guess that's supposed to be a joke, you know? That's supposed to be funny when I, you know? You know, it's funny how the FBA, some of the dirtiest people I've fucking met in my life. And when I go to a lot of Liberians in Africa, they seem very clean to me. You know, the FBA.
There's dirty people everywhere.
Yeah. But Elvis, I'm sitting here trying to make a point. What are you trying to do? Are you defending these FBA types?
I just think you're being unfair in your summation.
I'm not being unfair. I'm just telling you like it is. You know, I'm saying these people got a lot of smoke for people who can't really defend themselves. You know, you're saying the mustiness is gone to my what mustiness? You know, they're just repeating what they fucking hear Tariq say. They ain't got no proof. This bitch has never been to Africa before.
There's some musty Africans. That's true.
Yeah, but hold up. When you talk about musty Africans, you're making a mockery of somebody. And
yeah, the person just hygiene can be fixed, Carlos. The person is not wearing deodorant, they can wear it.
Like you want it so badly to go against me, no matter what I say. I'm sitting there trying to defend your fucking.
Carlos, when I agree with you, I agree with you. I like
trying to defend your fucking people, your country. When you sitting there,
not if you're being disingenuous. I'm telling you, they're musty Black Americans, they're musty Africans. That's all.
Elvis, the people talking in this chat room are nothing but ghetto ass fucking trash. That's all they are. That's all they are. I know who they are. They're nothing but ghetto. They know the reason why they're here tonight and they trigger so much because they know I'm on to them. They're nothing but ghetto ass trash. I'm gonna make the case that FBA is nothing but a ghetto ass black movement or not that don't need to be taken seriously, you know. And I don't worship Africans. I criticize Africans all the time, you know. Because Elvis gets up here and tells me I'm telling shit about what is it? Am I against Africans or I'm against Black Americans? What the fuck? What is it? People can't make up their damn mind, you know. I call bullshit where I see it. I call Africans on that bullshit. I call these so-called these freaking porch monkey FBAs on their bullshit, you know. Laughing like that. Don't cape for these FBAs. Yeah, man, you're making a fool out of yourself, Elvis. You know, really are.
I'm not caping for anybody.
Save your energy for if I say something, you really got an argument. This ain't the fight, bro. This ain't the fight. I'm cooking tonight with these people, you know. He'll say, "You look African ass carriers." No, look, the fuck you talking? I look African. Everybody knows that I'm basically saying it like it is. I don't give two shits about what fucking Africans think, whatever like that. I would not basically pick on somebody that can't defend themselves, right? If Africans are in this country, they're a minority group like that, you know, we're 45 fucking million people. And now how the fuck we look at picking on people who can't defend, who don't have numbers? That's bullshit, you know? And so Tariq
Kyle, you're smart, right? You're smarter than that. Well, so somebody, Kyle, I can't even get a word in. If I start a sentence, you get offended by it. If somebody like Four Righteous, who was on Dynasty's show earlier, thinks that the travel restrictions is like deportation, people like myself and other Africans who have, you know, documentations or who have, you know, citizenship or permanent residency here in the United States, she thinks that means we're getting deported. That's not what it means. It means that's for people who are in Africa. People who are in Africa, it makes it harder for them to get a visa. Well, that doesn't affect the people who are in America legally.
They just like the whole atmosphere of fear and vindictiveness that they feel like Africans are being targeted, whatever like that, and Somalis are being targeted and they fucking Tariq and all of them just so fucking happy. I'm like, man, I'm no fan of Somalis like that, but I have a great life here in America. Great life in America, right? I would have the privilege of going. My legal status and everything like that is perfect, so I have nothing to worry about, right? But why would what would I gain by seeing somebody lose? I understand the law has to be the law, but why would me as a black person feel the need to join in? That's the fucking white man's problem, right? Immigration and illegal aliens, that's a fucking white man's problem because he fears genetic annihilation. That's not my fucking fight, you know? And any black person who does that is a fucking race traitor. You know, that's not your fight. You know, the Mexicans come over here, it's not your problem, right? Yeah, okay, we understand the job situation like that, but fucking find something else to do. You know, don't let white people manipulate you into this stupid nonsense. The last thing I want to do is be fighting for white people, fighting for them because we fought enough for their fucking wars and shit like that for their benefit, not got nothing out of it. So bottom line, if you fight the Mexicans and all these immigrants and whatnot, you ain't getting shit out of it. That's the truth. You know, but they'll be sitting back laughing, thanks, nigga. Thanks for all your help, nigga. You know, so that's what I'm talking about with these FBAs. You know, they're a bunch of useful idiots, you know.
Carla, it's not even unusual or abnormal for some people within a race to be xenophobic of other people within that race. You see what I'm
talking about?
So listen, let me explain myself to you, Carla. Give me 30 seconds or at least a minute. Take South Africa, for example, right? There are people there, other black people. Forget it. Carla, let me say it. Let me get it out. So forget it in the Nigerians who are from West Africa, but take Zimbabweans, right? Who are the next door neighbors. Many of them are related by, ethnicity and culture. They're xenophobic towards the Zimbabweans because they feel they need to protect their status in their country that the white man, pretty much built. So they see themselves as better than the other African brothers. So I'm just saying you can see some parallels to that. With people in this country, there's a certain segment of African Americans who are xenophobic to other black because they're trying to defend their status in this country.
Hold up, there was no parallel. Simple the fact that America's a first world country, right? We're not on fucking survival mode like you are in Africa, Yeah,
I give you an example of South Africa. It's not the same as every other African country. It's pretty well developed.
South Africa is a third world. This is the first world.
More like a second world country. It's more developed than most African countries.
American gonna fucking starve by having the presence of Africans.
Did you hear what I said? I said South Africans as Zimbabweans. I didn't say Black Americans. I'm giving you an African context.
Let's not compare South Africa because they really do got a problem because of
I'm saying the parallel there is other black people being xenophobic to other people who are foreigners in their country and feeling like they're superior to them. We're talking about a race. Xenophobia within a race.
Black America has never, ever until recently had a nativist movement. Never. We've never had.
You see what Four Black says? All immigrants come to America to replace us and tell us to go to Africa. So that's the point that I'm making. So she's being protective of her homeland, and that's what the South Africans are doing to the Zimbabweans.
Hold on. Ain't nobody telling you to go to Africa, whatever like that. I choose to go to Africa because I want to go there, right? I am not telling nobody they got to go to Africa. That's just something I do, right? That's something I choose to do, right? So this idea that all Africans are trying to come to America to replace us is the dumbest fucking thing in the world. Because first of all, because Four Rights can believe that, because it's very easy for her to believe that because she lives on the government's dole. So the thought of an African woman taking her spot and her welfare check in Section 8 is a real possibility, right? But me, I know the business I do. I know when I go to the shipyard down here, Steelworks, Newport News Shipbuilding and whatnot, I know the black people working down there that built a whole civilization here in Virginia, right? They ain't being replaced by nobody. It'll be like 300 years before you replace them. So the bottom line, when people don't come from the ghetto like these FBA people, right? They're around people who don't have jobs, don't have adequate jobs. So yeah, they feel replaced because they're coming from the bottom tier of Black American society. Those of us who are in professional society, those of us who are highly skilled laborers and everything like that, I'm not on welfare. I say I'm on welfare. Now I'm on welfare. Now see these people coming from like Tandria and Four Righteous, they're on welfare. They're eating government milk, that powdered shit that they make with water and whatnot. They're eating government cheese, she's basically with Tandria with her baby. She's in that government Similac, whatever like that. So of course, basically, she's gonna basically feel threatened by an African woman who's probably more educated than she is that can replace her, right? And may get some assistance, so cut into her little welfare money. So, God forbid, whatever like that, for a couple of years to get on their feet, right? So me, I don't feel fucking any threat by no African or queer, maybe because of the world I live in, the business I am, my neighborhood. I don't feel threatened by Africans. They ain't taking over my neighborhood. They're not taking over my business. Not taking over. So I don't feel one bit of threat. Now, the black people coming from the bottom of Black America, like the FBAs, yeah, maybe that's the truth. Maybe because they're on the level of, they're not too far up from an African migrant or somebody coming across the border. These are the people at the bottom of Black American society, That's what Tariq represents, the people at the bottom of Black American society, Let's see. Forex says we're being replaced. Yeah, you're being replaced. Yeah, you are being replaced, right? And to be honest with you, I would love to see Africans replace you, dirty, ghetto ass, loud, freaking people. And I wish I could replace all you niggas. To tell you the truth, Yeah, they got no smoke for the 60 million. Yeah, they know that Africans could now some of the parts of Africa being replaced is when you got Africans doing goofy shit like Elvis's cousin I played a little while ago. With the freaking with the eating the thing when Elvis, what's up with your cousin, man? Why is he doing that? Eating what you call like he's fucking doing the dance, the jig dance while he's eating and whatnot. I'm like, what the hell, man? Come on, Elvis. Actually, the dude's a Nigerian. But the bottom line is this. Except for that, I don't have no fucking problem with people coming over here if they just fucking come over here and act right. I don't give a fuck. But these people, because these people ain't replacing me. That's all I care about. I'm not getting replaced. So what the hell I care? If some Africans, if I go to a car wash and I see all Africans working there, what the hell I care? Yeah, but Ray and them used to do that job. Whatnot. Yeah, but the Africans gonna fucking matter of fact, the guy that opened a business right next to mine, I haven't broke bread with him. I know we've been busy and whatnot, right? Right before Christmas, I'm gonna go over there and talk to him. Young guys in his 30s, right? He opened up a labor staffing business, right? I'm gonna tell him hire contract all Africans, right? Really. See if you can get me. We don't have that many Africans in our area, but let's replace these FBA types once and for all, or not. Get them the hell out of here. Maybe they go crawling under a rock. Africans get collar. U.S. African on shark bite. Don't claim shark bite boy. Who's Shark Bite Boy? Us Africans. Who is that? That's his name, Shark Bite Boy. Man, there's a whole world I don't even fucking know about. So let's see. Read some of these comments. Okay. Kyle, I hope you get your what the hell? Your bank cleared out. Left nothing. I will laugh my ass off. Oh yeah, I know. What you call, but I have several bank accounts, so I got money coming in all of them. So I don't know for just good, nice thinking, Yeah, 60 million non-black immigrants are here, but they talk about 3 million African immigrants. Jeez, man, what a fucking joke, man. What a fucking joke. What a fucking joke, folks. So anybody else want to come on and he goes by Groovy Gorilla? Yeah, man, we got to talk to these African bros. They don't get the assignment, man. You can't come here acting like a clown. You can't do that shit, man. Talking adherent or Black Americans. No, I'm talking about FBA's adherents, not Black Americans. I'm trying to draw the line between who's African American or aka Black American. No, I don't hate myself. I love myself. I hate you fucking ghetto ass FBA types. I can't stand you, I really don't. Don't like you people, at all. Black America is where I come from. Black America is what made me. I'm always representing Black America, right? But FBAs give us a bad name. Well, the FBA is nothing but an offshoot of the KKK and blackface. It's KKK and blackface. These are people that sit around, admire the Klan, wish they could have their own version of project power over somebody else. So they basically like this, Somebody named Santa, obviously Jamaica says, you all the same to me. Now, that's not a nice thing to say. Santa, whatever the hell your name is, Now, you Jamaicans should have nothing to say. I mean, absolutely nothing to say, man. Your island is full of fucking people smoking ganja, right? You guys are full of body boys, Rasta, fat white women chasing Rastas and whatnot. 99% unemployment, right? Poverty stricken, right? You have absolutely nothing to say coming from Jamaica. I'm sorry, bro. Please stop it, Yeah, but yeah, I know it's the truth. You guys are the poorest island of fucking Caribbean. You guys can produce absolutely nothing. Can you tell me what you ever created? What inventions? Have you guys produced 1 millionaires? No, I mean seriously though. Santa, whatever. Bennett, how many have you guys ever produced a millionaire, a billionaire, anything successful in America? Have you contributed anything? You know, it's like, damn, man, that island's a fucking shithole, man. I wouldn't go there on vacation if somebody gave me free fucking tickets. You know, I wouldn't go there on nothing. You know, you gonna come up here and talk about you people, man, nigga, shut the fuck up. You know, you got nothing to say, nothing, nada. If I was a Jamaican, I would say absolutely nothing. You know, I would just hold my head down in shame. I would just bury my head in shame and say, you know something, man? I'm just going to be quiet, man, while these people talk their business. You know, I'm just going to be in shame, you know. Say very little, Mr. Jamaican man, you know. You know. You're going to get Mike Jones on here and make you stutter even more. Yo, whoever you're gonna get, bring them up. Yo, look, Tandria, if you feel somebody could get up here and challenge the college Genesis, bring them up. Step right up. You know, but you guys, everybody was talking about they're gonna step right up, but whoever steps right up, because you guys all scared. You know, the FBI is not gonna stand up to me because they're fucking scared. They're terrified of me. You know, I know I'm shaking these people. They're fucking. As soon as I pop up on one of their platforms on TikTok, oh, that guy Kyle Genesis is here, you know? They're fucking terrified of me. They won't dare come up here on the show, man. I invite, look, it's open. I do it 6 hours a night. I invite anybody up here that want to challenge me. I give them a fair shot, you know, but you guys are too fucking stupid. I'm going to show you how stupid you people are, you know? Tell you how stupid you are, you know? FBA will work it out. Yeah, you guys are not working out shit, man. Nothing, you know. What happened to your reparations check, man? I thought everybody's supposed to get a reparations check. It's been 4 years, man. Man, where the money at, man? Where the money at? Tariq hiding all the reparations money for himself? You know? What the hell are you reparations people doing with all the reparations money, you know? You know? Okay, Tandria, look, somebody could come up here now, you know? Do it now, stream it into your channel. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know how to do fucking stream what? You could tell him to come up here and get on the platform like anybody else and whatnot. We could basically like this, you know? You know? Maryland's demand reparations. Yeah, but yo, you could demand all you want, you know? The motherfucker's been demanding reparations for 200 years now, man, you know? I want my reparations, you know? I ain't getting no damn reparations, girl. You know, anybody believes they're going to get a reparations check and Tariq Nasheed's going to help you get a reparations check, you are a fucking bigger fool than he is. The dude's a grifter. He's a clown, you know? Think somebody going to give you a fucking reparations check. Yeah, man. The nicest thing to do is to give all these niggas, the useless FBA niggas, a reparations. Maybe they could buy some cleaning stuff. They can clean their apartments or whatnot, you know? Maybe we won't have all the stench coming out of projects or whatnot that we see and everything like that. You know, maybe they could clean themselves up, man. It might be worth it, you know, to make sure your kind won't get. Look, how about this? Bibby Rodriguez, if a reparations check comes, you can have mine. How about that? You know? Yeah, Trump is shutting that down. You know, yeah. I see a lot of black women are losing weight now that they've been cutting, trimming that EBT shit. You know, a lot of women are swimming. I said, damn, man, I see one woman I see all the time. Like, damn, she lost like 30 pounds in the last month or so. Like, god damn, what's going on? Trump cutting that EBT SNAP benefit shit down, you know? I mean, can't just blow up like a fucking house, you know? People want a house, but you can't be want a house and be as big as one, you know? You know, can't be want a house and be as big as one, you know? Yeah, look. If you really feel that, you could look. I hereby on this platform says Bebe Rodriguez could 4160 and Tandria Williams could have all my reparations money. They can have it all. You know, I won't take a dime. They're entitled to all my reparations money. So You can have it. I don't care. You can have it. You can have my reparations money, baby. You know, you can have it. That's what it called. I'm getting your reparations, man. I ain't gonna forget this shit, man. Well, then again, hold up. You got to split it with Ben Yusuf. You know, you got Bebe Rodriguez, Tandria Williams, and Ben Yusuf. Those three people are gonna get my reparations money when it comes. So damn, y'all got to split that reparations money 3 ways. You know, you ain't taking it to the motherland. You know, actors in your midst, they squelching and squeal. You know, it's hilarious. People, it's hilarious, man. You know, they really think they're gonna get. You know, I want everybody who really thinks reparations is a possibility, put a 1 in the chat room. I'll see how many dumbasses I got. If you really do believe reparations is a possibility, put a 1 in the chat room. So far, nobody. If you really think reparations could happen or will happen, you know, give it time. Put a 1 in the chat room. You know, reparations, that's hilarious, you know. Reparations is hilarious, you know. That's fucking hilarious, you know. That's hilarious. The idea that you dusty Negroes are going to get a fucking check from the government just for being black. Okay. I got a bridge I want to sell you. You know, Bebe Rodriguez, I got a deed to the Brooklyn Bridge in my drawer. You want it? I'll sell it to you. I got a deed to the Brooklyn Bridge, you know. I'm waiting to cash in. Bigger shots in your pathetic future with Connor City. No, poor righteous, you will never see a reparations check, you know. The motherland's curse, the best you can do is party and bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, okay, the motherland's curse. But what do you call yourself in America? Every time you can't even party and bullshit in America without getting shot and killed. You have so many shootings. Every time there's a party with black people, somebody's getting shot and killed. And that's the truth. The FBAs can't even do, FBA women and men can't even go to Chuck E. Cheese with their FBA children without fucking all hell breaking loose and shit, you know? Like this. Then when they save some of that energy, get online, start talking about black immigrants and whatnot, you know? We're not the same, blah, blah, blah. Time to delineate, man. I want to delineate for you dirty niggas, you know? So it is what it is, folks. You have flashbacks to your childhood. No, I had a beautiful childhood. Tandria. You will never build an African college. Stop lying every day to us. All right. I'm building it right now. As I'm talking, that Rich right here is building it, you know. America, you have to work. You don't want something, you work. Say the same about that place, you know. Well, the bottom line is this. You guys are never going to get a reparation check, so you better get used to that fucking work. You know, that's the key word, work. Y'all niggas ain't getting no damn reparations check, you know. That ain't happening. It ain't happening. So, here's what it is. I am a talk show host, Tandria. I talk. That's what I do. I communicate. I tell it like it is, you know. The motherland is perpetual overcast, human sacrifices, well, whatever is it, you know. You know. No, you will not get a reparations check, you know. You know, you will not see a reparations check. Yeah, they're all out. The FBAs are all out. I guess they've been hearing about the swipes I've been taking at them, you know. And it's going to continue, you know. It's going to continue, right? You know, I'm going to spread so much hate, you know, against the FBAs, right? And by the time I'm done, the world's going to think y'all the second coming of Step and Fetch It. You know, I know how to do that. You know, I know how to make people. I'm tying all the ghetto shit to you guys because I really believe that's the segment. The upper ears represent that freaking dysfunctional segment of Black America. You know, so dysfunctional. Tandria, when's the last time you got into an altercation in public? Probably just yesterday, right? At the weave shop, right? You know, at the weave shop, her and Baby Rodriguez tried to run out on a bundle at the weave shop, you know, and they got tackled to the ground by some Koreans or whatnot. That's your FBA life, folks. That's your, whether it's running out from the weave shop with a bundle of weave, you know, whether it's dining and dashing, you know. Now the one chick, you ever see the one FBA chick? She basically was going around giving people a fake debit card. And she would say, she knew there was no money on there, but she eats really fast and whatnot. Like she's wolfed the food down and whatnot, you know. That's your FBA. That's the FBA people, you know. They forgot. My wife's not bald head. She's beautiful. She got long hair, you know. Look, I don't need to weave my hair. Yeah, right. How come we don't see a picture of you then? Oh no, she's not bald headed, bro. Where's your picture at, Baby Rodriguez? Why don't we see what you look like? You know. And also, you guys want to talk about looks. When you go to Liberia, the average woman there is like between 115 and I would say the most 135, 140. That's it, right? The average Black woman in America, you FBA types, not all Black women, FBA types, y'all be starting at like 275 to 300. You know, I bet you Tandria probably clocking in like 400 pounds. Oh no. Why do I have this? All right, Alpha Dumbass, you're on, man. I don't want to hear nothing about your background.
Was good, man. I was just swinging by. I saw that you're online. But why do you have to call me a dumbass, man? I'm
Because,
just
man, you say some
curious.
dumb shit all the time. That's why.
Like, give me an example of what dumb stuff I've said.
Well, I don't want to go into it all, stuff like that.
You know, Carla, one thing about me, right? I say it like it is. I don't sugarcoat.
No, you say it like you think it is, you know?
Well, I mean,
Say it like
because you
you think it is.
see,
Hold up.
my
First of all,
thing
hold
is,
up.
right?
Hold up. Let me say this before you start, right? You know, the first thing, like me, you see me, I'm attacking these fucking FBAs tonight, you know? And
Well, I just came on and I saw
hold
you
on.
online.
The thing with difference between you and me is this. 90% of what I do is I check my own people, right? I have yet to see you say, you know something? I'm from the Gambia and stand on that, right? And say, let me talk about what's wrong with my people, right? Do you have no do you want to build your country? Let me ask you, do you really want to build your country?
Carla, I am someone who, who's spending hundreds of thousands of American dollars, not Gambian money. Unlike many people who claim they want to go to Africa, they want
Yeah, but
freelance. Hold on. Let me explain. Carla, you yourself as an individual, why are you pretending like you don't know what I'm doing? You've liked my videos. You've seen my horses. You've seen my buildings. Hold on. You like them on TikTok. You've seen my buildings that I'm building. You've seen my lifestyle. Well, here's the thing, Carla. For me, right? I keep in silence and I keep building. I have I'm building an entire city. I've brought Black Americans there that I've helped, that have acquired land close by where I'm at, close to Afredamusville. So for me, like the way I was raised, it's not about talking. I'm about doing. I'm spending. I'm not talking about little thousands. I'm talking hundreds of thousands of American dollars to build it. You've seen it, and I'm not lying.
I mean, honestly, to be perfectly honest,
Well, the videos are you liked them. It's
I
on
know
my
that,
it's
but
on my
look, let me say
TikTok.
some Adamas. I'll look at. I'm guilty of this, right? And people say, "Did you see this?" I said, "I didn't get a chance to watch the whole video. I just saw."
But you gave it a heart.
Yeah,
Several of the videos.
I give hearts to everything, I don't mean
Carla,
sat there.
Carla, how can you miss huge buildings like that I have built? How can you miss it?
I only watch like
they're right in front of your face. But what I'm saying, they are right in front of your face. You can't miss it. Huge buildings built by me, Afridamus. So for me, that's why you would never hear me talk about government, because I'm doing it. I'm building. You see what I'm saying? I'm not looking for anything free. I'm building entire city on beach, on the beach. And Carla, I heard, I know that your heart is in Africa. Even you, Carla, if you like, it doesn't have to be Liberia. I can hook you up with the land.
That's
okay.
Adamas, all the
I can hook you up.
Look, I get offers for land.
I've hooked up other Black Americans. Beachfront property. I've done it. Carla, it's not like I haven't done it. There are Black people that can come online and vouch, who have been on Afridamusville, and even you, Carla, you can vouch because you've seen the videos. And anybody that's watching,
I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna go back and watch it again.
Okay, anyone on here.
I'm gonna go back and watch it again because
it's right here on TikTok. You can go on TikTok. You can see what I'm building. This is no secret. I'm not hiding it. You can see it for yourself. American standard buildings. I'm just putting it there. I'm spending hundreds of thousands of American dollars. I've spent the money to acquire the land. I did not look for free land, because so that's how I operate. That's why you would never hear me talk about what government is doing or not. I'm building Afridamusville my way, independently with my own hard-earned money.
This is a video I saw the other day. Hold up.
Yeah, that's how I roll. You've given heart to several of my videos. You saw my horses.
I know.
You liked it.
Look. I basically, this is as far as I got. I see your horses and your goats. I didn't get a chance to watch the whole thing. Let me scroll through it.
Yeah, you can watch it, Carla. You can watch it and see, what I'm building. I'm building, like, I'm building several huge buildings there. So why are you pretending in front of the people today?
This is the one I saw. It says, this is an all ground nut. That's what I looked at.
My groundnut farm. You've seen it, and what I'm saying is, I have several acres of land, which I did not look for anyone to give to me. I bought it with my own hard-earned money. So to me, when you come here and pretending like, asking me what I'm doing when you know what I'm doing, to me, you are being dishonest.
Look, if you're doing work, I commend you on that,
Thank you. That's all I.
If you're doing look at first, look, I can only be the best person I can be, right? Whatever somebody else, like people say, like, Carl's jealous of Afro thing. No, the fuck I'm not, Look, I have enough connections, not just in West Africa, all throughout the continent. If I really wanted to do something, right? Really, it would be like in the millions of dollars. That's the connections I have, but I have not moved yet. Because when I move, it's going to be deliberate and it's not going to be there's no room for failure. So I'm just taking my time. I don't give a damn if it takes me 10, 15 years. I'm gonna move right. But that right there, basically, if you want, if you're doing things and everything like that, you investing in your country, that's a good thing. I have nothing against that. I have nothing against somebody doing something and giving back to their country, and I commend you on that. What you're doing, to boost yourself and build. If you're helping somebody else to get along in there, hey, my hat's off to you. You know, I have no problem with that. You know, but
yeah, I mean the thing is, you gotta give credit where credit is due.
I will give credit where credit's due. If you basically building and you're creating or whatever like that, you're putting your money where your mouth is. I give that credit. I'm not going to downplay a like that. I think that's the way the world ought to work because that's how people put pressure on other people to do right. Because
exactly. And Carla, when you go check it out, you can see that huge line. Like I acquired that, that's, I'm in my 3rd year. If you look at how much I have built, talk about within 5 years, I got a whole city. You see what I'm saying? And I have brought, blacks with me the last time I was in Gambia, despite what some people.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
These blacks, do they see your content online?
Yeah, they're aware of me. They know what I'm about.
So what is some of the stuff you say are very offensive. You're not right.
Look, here's it might sound offensive to some soft people, but they know I speak the truth.
It's like this. Like I said, you cannot basically, like me. I think it's my job to critique Black America. That's my job, because I'm Black America, right? When you do it, whatever, you can express your disdain for some of the stuff, but I don't think what you're missing. What you're missing is this, right? I don't think you you just look at Black people in America as a monolith, right?
No, that's not true.
So when you say the Blacks,
no, right? But Carla, you're talking to me. You can't speak to me. You can't speak for me. You gotta ask me. You can't just say.
I'm only going by what I hear.
Look, Carla, I'm not a dumb individual. I'm not gonna. Why would I think all blacks are the same? That makes no sense. I'm not a dumb individual to think that.
But why don't you put any qualifiers when you talk about?
I do. I always say not all, but most.
No, but you guys say a qualifier, right? And say, look.
Yeah, that's the qualifier. I said not all, but most.
Let me ask you a question, right? You seem to be concerned. You said this one time to me before, I think on my show, that you're concerned because you're basically Black, right? And what Black people do affects you, right? Right. I give you that, right? But do you know, like, the poorest county in America is actually white?
Right, I know that. I'm aware, but whites are the majority. But you see, white poor and black poor is different, Carla.
How's it different?
Because you see, whites, I've been to white, what they would consider poor, they have all the amenities that is,
have you ever been to rural Kentucky?
I have not, to be honest.
Yeah, they got a town in Kentucky. The two poorest towns in America are in West Virginia, and I think of some part of Western Pennsylvania and Kentucky. Right, these are poorest towns in America. There's nothing.
Well, to be fair though, for me, the state that I live in, even in America, what they call ghetto, like here in my state, even for black people. To be honest, in most states, that would be considered upper class. That would be considered upper class.
In a state like New York, Washington State.
In Washington State, ghetto is
living one of the richest states, right?
Right.
So therefore, the project. Now, if you take the same thing, you go to Atlanta, Bankhead, right? Those are the real project because it's poverty.
Okay, I got you.
So when I moved from New York, right, we used to hang out sometimes in the projects, right? When we were kids, we used to go down. That's where we used to always hang out. Project where all the fun was, right? We used to go back to the city, hang out with our friends in the project, whatnot. And New York City, we have friends that had projects that were laced, 3-bedroom, fish tank, big TV, carpet on the floor, water beds, all this shit like that. And that's New York City, right?
Right.
Then when we moved down to Virginia, right, and you went to some people say, "Oh yeah, I live in," I was like, "Get the fuck out of here!" Right? The cement walls, man. I was like, "God damn!" So it's different projects and public housing varies across the United States, right?
Right.
In the South, it was very, very poor, and there was the projects were just basic, right? It was just really basic, just really. But New York, those projects like Queensbridge, right? My aunt and uncle live in Queensbridge, right? Now they have a house for like now the last 20 years in Long Island, but they was able to buy a house. My uncle lived on Queensbridge projects, right? But he opened up. He's a Jamaican. He opened up a leather store right there in Long Island City, right? While he was working for the city. And it's part-time. So this idea that everybody, Queensbridge had one of the nicest public housing, we don't call it prices of public housing in the United States. Then you had Baisley projects, right? That Nicki Minaj grew up, right?
Carla, have you ever been to Washington State?
No, I've never been on the West Coast.
Okay, so you gotta understand where I'm coming from. If it like in Washington State, like for example, what they would call the people that even call themselves ghetto or project, what they call that, if you see it, you're gonna like I've seen and compared to other places I've been to, that's middle class. Like over here, like they are not poor. You see what I'm saying? They are not poor. Even I remember Tony Rock, right? He came here, Tony Rock, Chris Rock's brother. He's a comedian. I went to his show. I was in the front. He was, hitting on me and stuff, and there was a white boy laughing. He's like, man, you laughing at this dude. He gonna break your neck, afterward. Because, I'm a pretty muscular, big dude, and
I did a show the other night called The Myth of Black Poverty.
The
myth of Black Poverty. And I said, Black poverty is a myth in America, right? I said, what we have in America is broke people, right? And then broke people and dysfunctional behavior. We don't have poverty, it's not driven by poverty. It's broke people who don't live beyond their means, who don't manage their money. And like this. And I said, the myth I said was, I played a video of Africans standing on line to get food. I said, this is poverty, right? In third world countries, whatnot. And I said, now this is a myth about poverty, right? You had like 100 black young men and women in their 20s standing on line to buy a $600 pair of sneakers.
Yeah. Carla, I'll tell you, right? Over here in Washington State, Seattle, you know why people, they come here? Our homeless people, they receive money. Our homeless people here, they have cars, cell phones, everything. They got apartments. Over here in my state, you see what I'm saying? So even the places they call, people that call themselves saying they're in hoods, for example, like that's not, you can't compare that to places that I see like in Atlanta, Chicago. You can't, it's not even comparable. You see what I'm saying? So it's not the same thing, like, because here the homeless, they even receive money. So that's why a lot of people, they move from other states.
Let me ask you another question, right? Very serious. You have to answer, right? Do you think it's appropriate? And I can't tell people what you do. I guess if that's how you grow your channel, if you tell me, Kala, it's a money thing, I'm trying to build a platform, I'm trying to get to the next level, it's about money, whatever like that, I accept that because it's money, right? Why do you and KI Troop insist on having like white people on your show to discussing black business?
Because Carla, for me, like I'm not a close-minded individual. Yeah, but for me, here's the thing. It's not about race. It's about people who are like-minded. So I'm open. Okay, that's the difference. For me, it's open. My platform is open to everyone having conversation. You see, for example, it's not about the money because I don't make a lot of money from YouTube. I make a lot of money outside of YouTube. For me, like they can take my YouTube away, I will still continue to make money. So it makes no difference to me. I didn't come to YouTube for that. Even when they monetize me, I was surprised. So all my money is from my brain and my hard-earned money. And as someone who's a capitalist, I'm a staunch capitalist, right? For me, I believe that you gotta earn it. You gotta go out there, work. If you can get it, go to your family, If they can help you, they do it. But I happen to be someone of high intellect, high intelligence. I know how to create ways to make money legally. And that's what I'm doing. That's how I'm building Fredamusville.
I want to know more about like what I asked you about the thing. This is what I say, right?
Yeah.
If I do a show and I'm talking about the NFL, the Super Bowl, whatever like that, I'm more than like to have white guys come up here and talk, whatever like that, right? But like I said, but when it talks about things where like the last couple of shows, we're talking about black women. And we're talking about the ratchet culture and some black America. I don't think it's just like basically, let's say something happened in your household, right? And let's say a woman, let's say an uncle, something inappropriate happened with a niece or somebody you have, right? You don't want that. And all of a sudden, and you want to figure out what's going on, whatever like that.
Well, Kala, you're saying, right?
The world about what's going on. You want to keep
Kala, what you are saying is you put your dirty laundry out there and don't expect everybody else to observe that the laundry is dirty.
I know.
First of all, Kala, right? Kala, you yourself, Kala, you know, you're not going to admit this, but you did the right thing. I know that you are not a dumb guy. You observed and you saw what you saw. This is why you went to Liberia and got married. You see what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with that because you made intelligent decision.
Honestly, let me tell you something. For the record, it had nothing to do with the failure of black women.
No, Kala. Because the fact is,
hold on. This is what happened, bro. Let me tell you something. This is what happened. I wrote my book, right? I wrote my book, Journey to the Promised Land. It's about the Liberia Exodus of 1878. And my wife the Facebook page I had, it came across her and she said, "Oh, you know a lot about my country, right?" And then basically, as she kept inboxing me and whatnot, our birthdays, me and her have the same birthday, right? And so our friend, when we get me friend request, right? Since our birthdays popped up at the same time, she was like, "Oh, we got the same birthday." And so I said, "Oh, that's unique, right?" That's how I started talking to her from there. It had nothing to do with she was Liberian and she was black. I said, "Okay, you're interested in what I'm doing?" Which I started learning. She started telling me more stuff about her culture, her land, and everything like that, you know, and that's how I hit it. It had nothing to do with I was fed up.
No, I get that, Kala. Let me tell you, Kala, when it comes to the black women here in America, truly, right? They're not for everybody. They're not for the black man. Like someone like me, the black women are for me because I know how to, get them in their feminine stage, tame them. Because most of look, you're talking to a former player from the Himalayas, right? All my women, they are black, okay? Despite what people want to believe, my ex-wife, she was black. Black women, they love me. Okay, they love how I handle them, how I talk to them. They are not for everybody. You gotta have the skills to be able to tame them. All that shit they're talking when they meet me, Fredamus, believe it or not, most of them they call me daddy. Believe this or not, Kala. I mean, you think I'm just saying this? It's a fact. There's a certain way to get them to submit to you. They know how to submit, but you gotta get them there. So this is why creating Fredamusville, you're gonna see me with my black American concubines in my Fredamusville. I'm telling you this.
Good luck to you, man.
No, because see, Kala, with me, when it comes down to it, the black women, I get it. Some of them are loudmouth whatsoever, but in reality, even in my emails, last time I told you this, there's a lot of them that drop emails for me because they love the Fredamus. They love what I'm doing. They're already putting in their application as concubine. I don't blame you. If you want to be with the African women, that's your thing. For me, I love conversation. I love sassy. So the black American woman brings that to the table. So no problem. I can take them. You guys go to the African women. They're not for me. They're too boring for me. That's all.
Yeah. But man, like I said, back to the thing I was talking about. Like me personally, I'm like this. If we're talking about issues, right? I think there's certain things, that we should black people, talk about. Like me, I'm never gonna get on a show. I did this one time. I made a mistake, right? I was on Blog Talk Radio, right, and I was letting on. And basically, we're talking about at the time we're talking about Africa, and I was like, this is like 12 years ago. No, it's like 15 years ago. I said, yeah, we need to build something in Africa, blah, blah, blah. And nobody, this is week before we all had all the information we have right now. This white guy comes up and was like, yeah, I hear what y'all saying and whatnot. But
Carla, do you hate white people?
No, I don't. Let me tell you something.
Then what's the deal? What do you have against white people?
Adamus, let me tell you something. I have white friends. I have a business, right? That I have business partners, friends, that I hang and play golf with. I have white, right? Let me tell you something. In my real life, all the stuff that I see right now, when I talk about, I don't see in real life. My life is maybe because where I live at, I don't see this ghetto shit. I'm not around it, whatever like that, right? What you see with College Genesis, right, is somebody just reacting to what he sees in social media. That's all, right? I don't have in real life, I get along with whites. I do business with them. I work with them. They come over my house. I go over their house. Have normal relationship with everybody.
But Carla, don't you like, you have your own business, right?
Yeah, I do business with everybody.
Okay, there you go. So you, Carla, you are a capitalist like me. I
don't call myself a capitalist. I'm a business.
But you are a capitalist. You understand?
You know what the difference is?
What?
A capitalist believes in making money just to make money. No, he doesn't have any.
But what's wrong with that?
Okay, hold on. Let me tell you an example, right? I'm looking at the Japanese approach, right? The Singaporean approach, right? Which says, something like back in 1870, right? The government of Japan was modernizing, right? During the Meiji period in Japan. And the Japan said, something? We can't resist. We want to make Japan strong like the West is, right? So basically, the traditional businessmen in Japan are small. Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, and Hitachi, Mashihita. These are small companies isolated in certain areas, right? So Japan said, something. They went and studied the West, right? A multinational and transnational corporations like from New York to San Francisco. And they said, something? What if we had the same thing, right? We want to basically create big corporations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Based on the capital. But they said, but that would not work, right? They said, let's find another model, right? They said to Mitsubishi, Mashihita, all the people that said, we know your goal desire is to make a lot of money. Yeah, so yeah, we are, right? But guess what? This is what I say about capitalism, right? We're going to tell you what to build, when to build it, how to build it, and how much you're going to build it for, and how much it is. Okay, fine. And we're going to guarantee you a market, consumption, backing of the government, everything like that. Fine. And they created this organization of companies called the Zaibatsu, right? So therefore, they said, okay, let's say somebody was importing ship parts, right, to build ships, right? No, ships came later, right? Let's say they're importing parts into the country, right? Let's say this one company is importing parts. He's making a lot of money and stuff like that, right? And he has a distribution. Let's say he has a monopoly. The government will say, something? This other company said, we do the same thing. He said, well, we don't need you to do that, right? How about you import matches? Why don't you import candles? Why? And then when you import candles, right? After we give you 2 years to learn how to make them and manufacture them yourself. Okay, we're going to give you the financing, the capital of the government funds, everything to loan you, do stuff like that, because we want to stop importing this stuff like this to make sure that our currency, our reserves aren't depleted. So we want, as soon as possible, we want to turn raw materials into finished products. and the government would say, okay, we need you to make silk, you know, the silkworms and whatnot, silk. We need you to make silk. We need you to make textiles and stuff like that. The government, every step of the way, told the industrialists what to make and when to sell and everything, and it worked out smooth. There was no losses, right?
Yeah, but Kala, you're talking about a society that's homogeneous, right?
Yeah, hold up. The thing is, the Japanese system will work, right? The American capitalist system is you will have a company that goes to the stock exchange, right? Raises money, right? And basically, whether the company, if the market's there or not, they're going to make the money on the front end, right? Because people put the money up, right? And then they'll find out, oh, you know something? That part you have is obsolete. And then it flops. Boom, you're like this. That's capitalism, you know?
Yeah, no, but Kala, what I'm saying is, right, Kala, the principles of capitalism, right? You can implement it. For example, like I'm an African. I understand our culture, the sensitivities and everything, right? So like, I'll give you an example. There's a guy called AP and Jody. They're from Jamaica. They're in Gambia. You know, like these people, they are doing their thing. They're building their home. Last time I watched, you know, their video, it was sentimental. They had a guy from Liberia. His name is Mohammed, right? So Mohammed have skills, you know, great skills, you know, in farming and clearing, you know, like this guy got skills. So I watch it as capitalists. These people are working together. What AP did was, right, because Mohammed was thinking about going back to Liberia from Gambia. AP have plenty of lands, right? He gave land to Muhammad because Muhammad is such a good worker, right? They, you know, he came from Jamaica, Muhammad came from Liberia, but they met in Gambia. So he incentivized him by giving, because he recognized that Muhammad is a good worker, hard worker. So he gave him a reason not to leave Gambia and to motivate him to work harder. So he gave him a piece of land for him to stay there. So that's the type of capitalism, you know, because you have to make the people feel valuable. You know, you don't just use them and discard them to the side. So, you know, you gotta get them to understand, like, hey, your skills and your knowledge is valuable. So already we are practicing this over there in Gambia and other places in Africa. That's what I'm saying. Even though we are not homogeneous, but our cultures are very similar. So now, guess what? Muhammad is not going back to Liberia. Muhammad now got plans to build his house there in Gambia and bring his family, his wife and kids from Liberia to Gambia and continue to work with AP. That's the type of capitalism I'm talking about. So I just hired some new employees from Sierra Leone, some from Benin. So I'm incentivizing them to give them a reason to want to stay and work instead of the usual where you just use the people's labor and discard them to the side. That's the mistake that most people are doing. So that's the type of capitalism I'm talking about. It's not strictly, you know, like I'm tweaking it. It's not strictly what's here in America, where you gotta, you know, raise the fund, you know, and try to just, you don't care about these people's family life or the tradition. That's not gonna work there in Africa. You have to be able to balance these things. This is why when you go on my page, you'll be able to see that I'm building faster because I'm practicing capitalism, but intertwined with my African culture. You see what I'm saying? And I brought some blacks with me, Black Americans, who I have shown how the land is acquired. And guess what? They got their land and they are already set up. In fact, I've helped them also. They got they got Liberian employees. You know, like Carla, you talk about Liberia. There's a lot of Liberians in Gambia. like they would work with you. You can practice capitalism with them, but you have to incentivize them. You can't just look at them like, oh, it's just, this is the third world. I don't have to incentivize. They want something too. So you got to present that and give them a reason to want to stay with you. And once you present that, trust me, man, they would kill for you. That's what I'm talking about. That's the type of capitalism, I practice. It's nothing else.
All right. Well, what's the because I haven't listened to your show in like 2 months, man. So what's been going on? What's the disconnect? Let me hold on. Let me go to your channel and ask you about some time. I just look.
Yeah, you can look. For me, I'm a truth teller. I don't. People can be mad. Like for me, like if you're talking about the FBAs, the FBAs, they are, people that subscribe to that, they are losers. The only thing they can present is they talk about the, slavery, civil rights. Like for me, it's like, what are you doing today? Even the black people, what did you do for me today? That's what we're talking about. Like you can like for me, you can talk to me about the 60s. I wasn't even born. You can even talk to me about the 70s. I wasn't born.
My only point is, like I said,
I wasn't around. I wasn't even around. I'm not that old.
My point is, like I said, when I grew up here in America, right? Black America used to be a tranquil, peaceful place, right? I mean, like maybe because when I grew up, there wasn't immigrants here, and it was a tranquil, peaceful place, right? We didn't have this division in Black America, and we didn't have a lot of immigrants, here when that. So my point I'm trying to make is, it was when I grew up, Black America was defined by movies like our popular culture, right? And you saw it manifest things like Bill Cosby's first black male on TV, I Spy, right?
Look, I watched Bill Cosby when I was in Gambia as a young kid. Yeah. Carla, look, I'm telling you, Carla, think about this, Carla. Carla, come to Gambia. I'm telling you right now, bro. Think about it. Think about this, okay? If you want to come in, I would help you acquire your land.
You get Bomani. Bomani is my Gambian guy. He goes.
No, Carla, slip on this. I'm telling you right now, like, there's a lot of blacks right now as we speak who got land. It's easy to acquire this.
It's easy to acquire land everywhere in Africa, man.
No, but what I'm saying, sleep on this, right? You can start from there. The Liberians that you want to connect with, they're already in Gambia. They're already there. They're already there.
I'll talk to my Liberian guy tonight, head of my organization there. He's getting my paperwork ready. I fly to Liberia on a diplomatic visa. I have a diplomatic visa. And so my point I'm trying to make was, forget my train of thought, Oh yeah. Well, the Black America back in the days, right, was always defined by the positive Black culture, right? We had the Cosby Show. We had all these movies that came out. We had figures like Muhammad Ali, so like that, icons were that, right? And what I'm trying to say now is that I think a lot of people are basically seeing Black America through social media lens, right? Just like I have no problem with Black America, right? I have a problem with FBA because I really believe it's just social media, I have a problem with people who glorify someone like Big Meech, but then again, that's all social media. So when you see me, right, I'm only reacting to what I say. I don't have any negative incidents with Africans, right? I don't have. Where I live at, we don't have a lot of Africans, but I know a couple of them. There's African braiding shop where I live at. Where not, African lady, real nice lady. Sweet people. We're not braiding shop. We're not. And we have a few Togolese in Virginia Beach. People from Togo. And so the bottom line is so I don't have any negative image Africans with Africans in my daily life, right? The only negative action I have with Africans is what I see online, right? When I confront them online. The only negative actions I have with Black America or so-called FBA, whatever they call themselves, is what I see online. The only negative action what I see with this hood culture and the ghetto culture is what I see online, because I don't see this in my regular life.
So Carla, you're bougie.
I am not bougie. You know, that's what I try to tell. People say I'm bougie. People say bougie. But people don't understand. There's millions of us who live like this, right? And this is let me break it down to you, right? You know what's funny when people say you're bougie, middle class bougie, right? But yet, as I grew up, right, you go into any middle class Black home, you're gonna see the autobiography of Malcolm X. You're gonna see Fred Hampton. You're gonna see pictures of Africa on the wall. You're gonna see a Black almanac, you know, African American almanac. You'll see African American encyclopedia. You're gonna see Ebony magazine laying around, whatnot. You know, those are the people people call bougie. But you call people who are so-called hood and ghetto. You go to their house, whatnot. If you ever see a magazine, it'll be fucking right or Source magazine or some Vibe or some shit like that. That's the only thing you'll see, and you don't see books laying around about Black Power. The Black Muslims in America. When I go to Black people's house that are educated and bougie, they call them, right? You see all kinds of books, autobiography of Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael books. You know, Black. Oh,
Carla, did you know Stokely Carmichael was in Gambia back in the 60s?
He was in Guinea. He was in Guinea.
No, he was invited to come up there in Gambia. He transferred. You know, like I read, right? You know why they even set up Gambia? It's like the transit point, because it's like, because of the water, it's on the Atlantic and you got the river. It is the transit point into West Africa. You can transverse. It's a transit point because it's closer to America and Europe. It's like right there. So that's why I'm telling you, sleep on this, do your own research. Don't take it from me. I'm telling you right now, it's not only Black people who are doing their thing. It's white people there. The Liberians that you're talking about, they are there. They're in Gambia. You can even connect with them better. I mean, I'm just afraid. I'm just afraid that once you get there, I've seen some of those Liberian women there. I'm talking about finance. You might divorce your wife. That's just
I don't think so.
No, trust me, Carla. There's people here on the internet that some of you know. I'm not gonna disclose names, but I have seen them with my own eyes over there when I was there the last time. So I'm not gonna snitch on anyone, but I know what I saw. That's where I'm gonna stop.
For Righteous, I guess she's triggered by what I said, right? For Righteous, I'm actually an author. You know, I'm actually an author. You know,
Carla, I'm actually I'm gonna write I'm writing a book, called The Fall of FBA.
Oh well, do it. Like I said, I talked about writing a book for years, but you know something? One day I just did it. It took me 2 years to complete it, but I did.
Look, Carla, I want to take these hood rats away from here and rehabilitate them. That's what I'm going to do. Rehabilitate the hood rats.
Yeah.
That's right. Back in the days, we call them chicken heads. Chicken heads.
Finish what I was saying. I said, now, when I was growing up, I had all these things, right? I knew my history. I was connected to my history. So when I go to a city, right? When I travel, so I know something. When I travel to a city, right? In a Black city, right? Let's say I went to Durham, North Carolina, whatnot. My impressions of Durham was I go to the historic area and stuff like that, see what the jazz clubs, whatnot, Someone who's an FBA hood motherfucker, when he goes to a city, he's looking for the streets. You see the difference? He's looking for the street. That's his world.
Right. But Carla, let me ask you this. Carla, for example, right? What you are saying here, right? In these countries, nobody's going to restrict you from doing this. Like when I was there last time in Gambia, I saw they got like these bars. This is Europeans. They bought this place. They set up their own European bars. It's literally like, I mean, for a sec, if they had blindfolded me and dropped me there, I would have thought I'm like somewhere here in White Seattle, somewhere. You know, it's European. They got their carry, you know, like live music. So it's a free place. So this idea that people want to do the blackity black stuff, like, you know, if you're into that stuff, I encourage you, go, you know, build your own stuff, set up your own jazz club, whatever. No one's gonna stop you.
Well, I'm not. Like I said, that's why I say I don't really. If I do tours to Africa, I'm not going to be race specific. I'm just like, if you want to, because I've met a lot of people. Like I put up videos about Liberian surfing, right? And I'm trying to encourage more tourism. I'm part of the Liberian National Tourism Association. I'm a member. That's why I get to travel diplomatic visa, right? So my goal going forward, right, since Bomani, the tour didn't work out this year. The second tour didn't work out, so we canceled. We're gonna have to postpone it because we didn't get enough people yet. I'm gonna basically change the thing. I'm looking, you know, because I have one of my clients. She basically has a travel agency. That's it. I don't want to. I'm too busy to start it because I'm in 2026. I'm gonna be real busy. So I don't have another business I could start. Right. I wish I could clone myself. Right. And I put the idea out there for somebody else to be like, okay, I like to be a travel agent and whatnot. And so maybe they could do it and I'll be just like a silent partner and whatnot, you know, but I want to basically start on travel agency and I basically want to sell tours to Liberia, right? Start with Liberia. I want to eventually have all the countries in Africa, but so African tours and then basically expand, right? And basically
Look, Carla, I support you. I support you on that. You know, don't just talk about it. Do it. Trust me.
I can't look. I can't do it right now because I'm gonna set it up when I get in Liberia, but I really can't do it because I'm just too busy in my business. You know, I wish.
But Carla, you have to sacrifice. Here's the thing,
dude. I got 20 years in my business, right? I'm a top level businessman, and what I do for a living, I'm one of the top agents in my state. You know. And basically, I got a whole team under me that depends on me. I can't walk away from it. You know, I wish I could do it. If this was like 10, 15 years ago, it would be great because I was still just, you know, okay.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Carla. You gotta make the sacrifice.
Yeah, I don't think
you know, because for me, right? Think about it. How am I able to go there and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars there? I have to make sacrifices. Big time, you know. I mean, me myself that you're speaking to, I created my own business from scratch. You know.
Anybody right now, listen to me. If you really want a business, you want to get involved with Africa, start a travel and tour business. You could. There's a lot.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Carla, I agree with you, but you know, once you create, you see what you got all the right ideas. You know, you're talking about the jazz, the old school stuff. Imagine if you create, like, you are able to create your own spot where you got control over it completely, right? When you bring your tour,
yeah, right. You're bringing the people straight. We already have, my group already have like a few spots in Liberia.
Yeah. So you're bringing them straight. Look, Carla, I saw like a Lebanese guy, right? He's got like you know, a tour. He's got an eco lodge in Liberia, but he said his eco lodge is not popping like that. And you know what place he gave us example? Saying he wished that Liberia, they can be like that, is Gambia. Bro, when it comes to tourism in West Africa, hands down,
well, Gambia is the spot. Liberia, you know how hard it is to get a hotel in Liberia?
That's what I'm saying. In Liberia, it's so difficult. But when you come to Gambia, look, man, I mean, you got people from all over the world, man. You got to be open. Imagine you put, for me, in Afrodamosville, my next buildings I'm gonna build, you know, like a club type. I will be I'll be
like I
playing
said,
old school, old school, old school, old school. Black American jazz music. And I know the blacks are gonna cry and say, "Oh, look at Afridamus, cosplaying." But guess what? It's my place. I can do whatever the hell I want. You know. So I'll be doing the European thing. I'll be doing the Black American thing. I'm a
like I
capitalist.
said,
That's what I do.
wish you a lot of luck.
Yeah,
With that.
because here's the thing: it's my place, it's my money. I can do whatever the hell I want.
Yeah. Well, I want you to do this. How come we haven't talked to Dynas?
Look, I even planned on it, Carla, because Dynas would be the perfect person because he goes to Senegal. Right now. I'm building extra structures. I'm gonna give Dynas free stay at Afridamusville because if I say it, you guys might say I'm biased. But when he goes there and see what I'm putting there, the restaurants, everything, he would be the perfect person to tell you guys.
Now I really want you to succeed because looking for righteous tomorrow, we ain't coming. I really want you to succeed now because I want to see you rubbing these FBA's faces, So yeah.
Oh yeah, because for me, like I already have it in mind. I would invite Dynas, even Bomani. They can stay. Because if I say it, people might be like, no, because it's your place, you're biased, whatever. I would let them tell you guys what they've seen at Afridamusville. Forget about some of these people because they have the hate against me. But I'm the one building it. But when I bring these people independently and they report back to you guys, then you guys will know for a fact. Because it's a place where you come, everything is fresh. It's a mixture. It's a eco lodge / agrotourism at the same time. Everything is fresh. I grow my own animals. I have livestock there. I have chickens. I have ducks, quail, all of it. I have the oranges. I'm growing everything. It's a huge land. And for me, I'm not.
I hope you succeed. That'd be a good idea if you.
Thank you.
If you can get someone like Dynas, give him a deal. Get some diamonds. Well, actually, Dark Migo, I think I didn't see his whole thing, but he does have a farm. I didn't see all this. He does have a farm, a nice size farm. Nice size farm.
Who?
Dark Migo in the chat room's like no proof. He don't believe you. But
but where at?
What?
Which country? Which country?
No, I said you have a nice size farm.
Mm-hmm. I said. Oh yeah, I do. I say you have a nice look, Carla, I brought some Negroes there, right? You know what they were suggesting? They were suggesting the U.S. system, telling me, "Oh, Afridanos, can we just build a house here and you charge us for the house, we get to own it." I was like, man, it ain't that kind of deal. This is Afridamusville. I own everything here. So when people tell you you can't own the land, that's a lie. You can own that land. Even though they say it's at least 99 years. But, think about it. Like my forefathers, they own land. They've been there for generations. It's the white people that came up with that law. But that doesn't mean when the 99 years come up, you're going to lose the land. That's not how it works.
Right? If you don't have a deed to it, you can't get.
No, I got deeds. Look, I registered that land. I went through all the process. That's what I'm telling you. The other black people, I'm not going to name names, that came with me, they got land close by where I'm at. And I showed them all the process. That's their land for life. Even me, yeah, I'm originally a Gambian, but I leased the land. That doesn't mean after 99 years you're going to lose it. No, that's not how it works. Everybody in that country, when you lease the land, that's what it is. So I've never seen anyone that lost their land because of that. I mean, take example from the Bag family. You think the Bag family, they're going to lose their land? That's their land. Nobody can take that from them. I even met some Gambian haters. I didn't even know they knew Bag family. Bag family got Gambian haters, right?
Of course.
They hate that he got all that land, but they can't do shit. You gotta look at the Bag family as pioneers. You gotta respect those guys, bro. They got huge land, and even the natives hate on them, but they can't do shit because they got all the paperwork. I mean, it doesn't mean it's everyone. They got supporters, but the people that I met that was hating on them, those people are from the diaspora. So there's something about the diaspora where people from the diaspora, they just hate on this type of stuff, I don't know why that is. Because for me, like Africans that even come here, I see them as black because they have the black mindset. Yeah, so that's just how it is, So yeah, Carla, you gotta, think about this, sleep on it, imagine.
How about this? I'll make a deal like that. If you can get Bomani and Dynas to come there, you probably I'll give it a try. You gotta tell them first.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good deal.
Come there and then give it a rave, and then I'll let me try Aphrodamisville or whatever like that.
And Carla, I'll tell you right now, for me, it's all self-sustaining. 24 hours electricity, solar. I got my own water system, I dug boreholes. So, yeah, I'm not reliant on the government. That's why, for me, you would never hear me talk about government because I believe in self-sustenance. I want to set the example, be the example that you want to see in the world. So that's how I look at it. Carla, have you heard of like Gambia? There's like a popular hotel called Tamala. Most black people go there in Gambia. That hotel. Look, we've been in this business. That's owned by my direct cousin. The American Embassy in Gambia is owned by my uncle, direct uncle. We own a lot of the businesses, so I'm not new in this game, but I've made myself an outcast to show that I can do it on my own. I have cousins who came here in the States. They can cut it. They went back there in the business there, but I took the hard way out, and that's the best way to go because no one can dictate to me how things are gonna run. If they can do it, I can do it too. So when you go, ask people about the American Embassy there in Gambia, what it looks like, how it's built. My uncle directly owns that building. The American Embassy is renting from them.
Talking right, you gave my support because you got all the FBA people they stopped cursing me, now they're cursing you.
I know. Look,
like
because they are haters. They are haters.
You can get somebody like a big name like Dynas or Big Phil Scott, whoever the fuck it is, No,
Carla.
J.
For me, because Dynas is African friendly. He goes to Senegal. My place is not far from the border from Senegal, right? So, I'll invite Dynas or even Bomani, give them, they can stay as long as they want and they can report back to everybody what they've seen. That's how confident I am.
Yeah, man. Like I said, it'll be interesting. Can't hurt, man. I wish you luck.
Yeah, because all these bonquishes in the chat, I'm not worried about them. They can talk all their crap because at the end they're gonna bow down to Afrodamus. That's a fact.
Yeah, you can take the bequeathers. You can have them, bro. All right,
No, look, that food behavior will not be allowed. That's a fact. That's why I say I gotta rehabilitate them. Look, Carla, I'm the perfect guy. I've dated a lot of these hood chicks. I know how to handle them. Leave that to me.
Well, good luck. Let me get Steve on.
That's what I was coming to ask Afrodamus, right? Because he talking about, like, I don't know if he was joking or not about rehabilitating some of the bonquishes and Pookie and Ray
No,
Ray.
no, it's not a joke. Look, I have rehabilitated many.
How would you go about doing that? Can you tell me?
Because I've done it in the past. That's my.
Okay.
I'm like the bonquisha whisperer.
Okay. Hey, Carla, that sounds like a good deal, though.
Yeah, man. Shoot. Yeah. So, maybe they won't be so angry. Maybe King Afrodamus could take them and show them a different way, man. Maybe I'm more righteous over there.
Look,
Yeah.
Carla, look, you'll be shocked. Like a lot of these bonquishes, how angry they are when they see me. If you see my interaction with them in real life, you will be shocked. How they smile and they are feminine with me. You'll be very shocked. I just have that thing, the if, I got that thing. So they know how to behave around me. They know exactly how I am.
Yeah, let's see.
Well, I'm about to go eat, my ribs over here. Beef ribs, by the way.
This is what I'm talking about, Afrodamus. I got a white devil trying to come up with my show.
No, it's not a white devil. You gotta talk to people. You gotta hear what they're gonna say.
Every time I have a white devil up here, they start jacking off on the fucking camera and whatnot.
Oh yeah. That's why you gotta set it up to all the subscribers.
I made a thing, right? I said, look, if you send me your email, right? My email's up there, right? I'll send you a link. You know why? Because simple. If I don't know you, I want an email, right? If you've never been on my show for email, right? If people have been on my show before, fine, right? But any new person to come on my show, you do my email, I'll send you a link, right? You know why? Because once I got your IP address, I could track you down.
Yeah, no, Carla, what you do all these subscribers. That way you can control. I went to the chat. I see for Black, right? Black talking. Look, she's the perfect candidate. She. Look, Carla. Let me tell you. She's into me, right? She's the perfect one for me to control. She would submit to me and bow down to Afrodamus. Trust me.
That Afrodamus is a man. She likes you, I think,
Oh, I know. Trust me. But I'm about to go eat my ribs and mac and cheese. I'll talk to you guys later.
Man. Have a good time, bro. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot.
All right, man. That sounds like a good deal, man. Saying
if he has this thing, right, and he's doing that, whatever, something positive, and that could be a good thing, man. Like I said, more people doing stuff like that, the better, man. It's less
but when I told you last week that I don't think Afrodamus hates black people, black Americans, everybody was jumping down my throat.
He hates black America. I just think he don't understand us. That's all. That's why I say he don't understand us. I still think that. I think he has an idea. That's I asked him tonight. Is this just really entertainment? Some people, maybe he's just trolling us to get under our skin, and he definitely gets under my skin, man.
Like I said, when I first watched a few of his shows, I was like, "Oh man, it's kind of messed up." But after a while, I started getting his perspective and how he view things. I said, "Okay, this person don't, hate us. He just."
Well, the bottom line, look. Let me tell you something, right? Like I'll say it all night tonight, right? College Genesis on social media is not college Genesis in real life. I don't hate white people, I don't hate fucking Boomquisha, like that. I hate that, But on social media, right, my guard is always up because when people come at me, I'm like, what the hell? Or when I see something and I react to it, man, I'm like, what the hell did I just see? And that's what angers me, you know, when I see
Right, I understand.
You know, so but when I turn off social media, right, I try not to think about the stuff that I just saw. But you can't unsee what you saw. You know what I'm saying? You know, some people say, well, Kyle, don't watch those. I'm sorry, you know, I got a fucking cell phone, internet, and TikTok. What am I supposed to not do nothing?
Right.
It'd be different if we had our own black-owned positive apps and whatnot, but we don't have that, you know? So when I'm scrolling social media, I gotta or somebody dumb and ignorant black people, which I hate, right? Decide to post their ignorance and I gotta watch it. I don't care if they post ignorant, but why do I gotta see it? You know?
Right. I understand what you're saying.
It's like you know, you could do whatever you want to do because, like I said, I am not going out there, you know, peeping over nobody's fence, right? I'm not spying on nobody with a drone, right? I'm not looking in nobody's bedroom. I'm not looking hiding under nobody's mattress, whatever like that. I don't know what people are doing, right? The only thing I know is when people decide to post that shit online. That's what I react to.
Right. Let me address something real quick. BB Rodriguez, I'm she said, Steve, don't feel me. Listen, we got a difference of opinions, man. Well, not man, you're a female, but we got a difference of opinions. You know, I see things differently. Don't mean we gotta hate each other. I still got love for you.
FBA people, they love hate.
We from the same area, North Carolina. So
I thought you said she was from St. Albans, Queens. She's lying.
No, she like her family. Like you know how most Black Americans from New York got family in Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. So
Afrodamus, man, I hate Black America, but he does add to the diaspora war fight. Yeah, but the whole thing is, like I said, look, I expect being Black America is always like the main event, right? So people are gonna take shots at us, whatever. I expect that, you know. Like I said, a lot of times it don't even fucking bother me, you know. When you're the majority, you gotta expect that. You expect people to say dumb shit. Like that's why we shouldn't even bother because we're the majority, right? You people who get offended are the minority group. How does a fucking majority get offended by a minority? I don't, you know what I'm saying? It's just so that's why I don't really I think because I think I do a good job when people listen to me, they're like, okay, Carlos is Black American, he's African American, right? So they're basically like every time I hear him, he sounds intelligent. He says a lot of stuff when he condemns all the stuff like that. So how could I say Black Americans think a certain way? See, just me being here disproves a lot of stuff people think. That's why he comes on after Thomas comes on it. My presence, right, is enough that you know make it seem like you know because a lot of people are like, oh, Black Americans this, Black Americans no, just that I'm the only one that thought it was necessary to do a show like this, right? You know, me and that guy Dewan D. You know, he has a good show. You know, he has a good show. And you know, and Red Supreme, he has a good show. Angry Man's all right, you know. There's a few other people, you know, that basically like that. Red Supreme get into the FBA shit too much for me, but you know, he has some good topics and whatnot, you know. But me personally, you know, my whole thing is positivity. You know, positivity. I believe Black people, positivity will always win over negativity. You know, I mean,
right. Mm-hmm.
You know, so I portray a positive image of Black America. You know, simple as that. I talk about our history. You know, I don't see Red Supreme talk about our history. They don't. You know. What do you think about? I'll be like Red Supreme. What do you think about Harlem? What do you think about the 1940s? What do you think about the 1960s? You know, we're that's here, man. We're people with a history. You know,
right.
You know, what do you think about Josephine Baker that went to Paris, Black Paris? You know, what do you think about that? We got a Black woman has to embrace his history. You know, if you don't embrace your history, it's talking me. I talk from a standpoint of my history. You know, most Americans have no issue with Black immigrants, but yeah, we don't no one gives a shit about that shit. You know, the For Righteous. The thing about people like For Righteous, She thinks some African was gonna get her welfare money, you know.
This is crazy. Like, Carla, you're not on our team. You're on African. Nobody's on anybody's team, man. Like, what? I don't know.
How
It's
did I
weird.
how did I become African? Now, for righteous, that mean I can go to Africa and carve out 25,000 square miles for an African? You know? How am I African without the benefit? Do I got any land? You know, how am I African? I got no freaking thing. You know, Tandris, this clown sounds stupid. You know, how am I African now? But I ain't got the fucking land and anything, citizenship or nothing like that. But I'm African. You know, what am I misplaced? You know, could it be just I'm a African American, aka Black American? I just don't agree with y'all nonsense. You know, could that be one possibility? Have you guys ever opened that up to that?
I mean, we don't have to agree with each other. We can go our own little routes.
And, y'all are clueless. That's where y'all are pathetic. How are we clueless? How am I clueless? You know, how am I clueless, man? I'm like this. You know, I'm not sitting around waiting on a reparations check. I know it's not coming. She, you know, see, Baby Rodriguez says that she's taking my reparations check when it comes. You know. I said, yeah, you can have it. You know, she got split it between her and a couple other people. You know.
Carla, where your guest at today? You talking about Elvis? He was on earlier, Ahmed.
Elvis, he comes up here. Elvis just comes up here just to fight with me. You know. Dude, I'm trying to protect your black ass. You know, these FBA people. You sitting there. Well, you go to see, Carla. You go to see. Get the fuck out of here. You know. The FBA is a joke. You know, like I said, I'm winning this case. I said the FBA represents the lowlifes in Black America, the dregs of Black America.
Oh, he's talking about 1776. I don't know. He ain't been in the day.
What that clown is, you know. What that clown is, you know. You know, but you know, Dollar Bill is going to take a break from the show for a little while. You know.
Oh yeah.
Break. You know, it's unfortunate with Dollar Bill. I'm gonna address something with Dollar Bill and Huntsmart. I hope one day these brothers can come. Maybe if I'm successful in what I'm doing, these two brothers will come together, shake hands, and be brothers and whatnot. You know, say well, whatever. But I just cannot stomach the idea, no matter what it is, of black men having that much hatred for each other, particularly black men of the same background. You know, I don't really like that at all. You know, I do not like black men fighting each other like that. You know, the African guys is Africans' only hope. They're literally garbage. You know, what the hell is she talking about? You know, damn man, what did Africa do to all these people? You know, Dark Migo, what's going on, brother?
Yo, what's going on, man? What's up, Steve? I was
What's
just
going
gonna
on,
say, man,
Darmigo?
crazy show last night, man. It was a good one, my brother.
Yeah, man, we almost had 1,000 views.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, it was like 1,000. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man, it
man.
was like whoa, man. It's like, well, it was really good, man. Really good. Like, unfortunately, man, my brother Simp and these two guys that I love both, Simp Police and Dollar Bill, man. I love both these guys equally and whatnot, you know, but they just they'll get along, you know. It's like it is what it is, you know.
Nah, yeah, and I was gonna say that too yesterday, but I was like, man, it was too much going on. But I was like, Dollar Bill and Simp Police, like they both just two good brothers in their own ways. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I you know what I mean? Because like Dollar Bill, he did this thing. Like he was actually able to marry a black woman and stay committed to her, for
Yeah,
years. And, he raised daughters.
I think Dollar Bill's an honorable man. He's an
Bro,
honorable.
yeah, I respect Dollar Bill a lot. You know what I mean? I like the thing he
Same
say
thing with
too.
Simp Police. He turned his life around. He completely. Maybe you don't like some of his stuff. He still has street stuff in him and whatnot. You know, I think I rubbed a lot of people a long way because he still got the street in him. But the bottom line, for somebody to basically help both his ex-wives, put his daughter through college and whatnot, give her a place to stay and whatnot, just being a father and whatnot, that's rare, And
Yeah,
so
exactly, and it's honorable. That's why I don't have a problem with Simp Police at all. And like, a lot of people complain about tone and all that stuff. Like, I honestly don't really mind it. You know what I'm saying? As long as he's telling some kind of truth, then it's okay with me.
Yeah, he be telling the truth on a lot of stuff. That's he just have his delivery may be a little coarse, but but he tells it like it is, man. Something at least tell it like this. All right, Elvis, what do you have to rebut that?
To rebut what, Carla?
No, what do what's on your mind?
Why do you think I come to fight with you, man? I come to bring balance to your show, brother.
What's going on? What's on your mind? Yap like Carl, the one he has hand over here, you know. I got these FBAs. They coming. Who put my name? Somebody basically whispering about me out there. Yo, Kyle said this. The FBAs are in here tonight, man. They ain't really giving it to me tonight, boy. They ain't let me up. I'm trying to break bread with 4 Righteous. I invited her to Liberia. You know, she was like, hell no, I ain't going. You know, you're going for 4 Righteous. You're coming. You know.
Well, Carla, would you consider what Afrodamas was telling you about? Maybe you need to shift course and go to Gambia instead of Liberia.
I am all Africaned out, man. You know, I mean, that sounds good. If I ever get around to it, I go over there and check it out. Just to check it out, right? Because that's what I do. You know, but you know, I got so many fucking offers. You know, of people all over the freaking continent. Colin, come here. College, you gotta check my country out. College, you gotta check. Look, I would. What he should do is get somebody like Bomani and Dynast. That's what he needs to get. And I would wonder why, you know, if he got this place, if it's ready, he should have been had Dynast up there. I think Dynast is coming there in May. You know, that area in May. So he got time, man. He got till May. I think Dynast's tours in May. You know, what's scam about that? You know, scam. You know, people go to Africa, you go there, you enjoy yourself, spend a little bit of money, come back to fuck home. What's so scam about that? You know, goddamn, you know. You know, so I'm like this. He should go to Dynast or Bomani. She'll lying ass. I don't think so. I looked at his TikTok page. He does have land, a lot of land. You know, and I seen him farm. He has goat and horses and whatnot on this farm, whatever like that. I hope he basically, if he does what he says he does, make like an eco tourism thing. That's the biggest thing in Africa. We could stay in a place, you know, food's cooked there. It's like having Nana's Lodge, you know, in Liberia. I love that place. You know, you have food, they cater to food, whatnot. They come to food, it's all wrapped in plastic. You know, we got this big ass fish, rice, everything like that, man. Oh my God. Some plankton, whatever like that. You just sit there and eat. You got to bring your own drinks, though. Not a lot. You got to bring your own drinks up there sometimes because drinks are expensive. So we always know we go to Nana's Lodge, bring a cooler of drinks. Beer, juices, and stuff like that, you know, soda.
Elvis, where you going, man? I heard your GPS, man.
Yeah, my GPS. Yeah, man, we got some snow here tonight, man. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just making a
in Virginia, we had almost 70-degree weather today, man. It was beautiful out today. 70.
Yeah, yo, it's 50 out here. I was like, it's been pretty good.
The coldest it got.
I had to take a detour because one of those snow plowers, they hit a light. They hit the traffic light was blocking the road. So the cops.
How the hell the motherfucker come from tropical Africa end up in fucking Minnesota?
That's what I always wonder, man. How you end up in Minnesota?
And Rhode Island.
I mean, America put them there. Like I'm pretty sure the government put them there.
America deals strategically. They know what it is.
No, we moved here on purpose. Actually, when I first came, hold on, Colin. When I first came to America, we came through New Jersey because we have family there. My auntie was there. My grandmother was in New Jersey. So I lived in New Jersey, and then I moved out here. Because, you know, there's a high concentration of Liberians here, so a lot of people want to be around their, be around their people. So that's why.
Man, the coldest it got in where I'm at in North Carolina was 15. That's the coldest it got.
Yeah. Wait, it was bad when I was
in New Jersey.
Not really. I only spent a few years there, and then I moved to Minnesota.
Now, but I stayed. You did your school, schooling in New Jersey?
Yeah, I went to Fisher Middle School out there. I went to. I used to live in Ewing, New Jersey. I don't know if you know where Ewing is.
I mean, that might explain your intellect. You know what I mean? I get it now.
Doug Migo, you New Jersey, New York supremacist. Man, from the East Coast is the greatest. But the schools out here too is pretty good, man. Minnesota has good schools. You know, it's a chill place. A lot of people love it, except the weather. But besides that, a lot of good jobs. You know, the place is really nice, man. Yeah.
It's too cold up there for me.
It's hella cold right now and windy too. But usually I'm not outside like that. You know, I just drive from my house where.
At first, I thought she was talking about Baby Riley was about what happened to me in IHOP years ago, 29 years ago. That incident happened to me. Like I said, that incident changed my whole fucking life, right? Because when that happened to me, so I said, "Fuck niggas." I did. I was just saying, right? Yeah, I'm dead serious. I was all Farrakhan, Million Man March and whatnot. To basically, I had a hip hop name for that. I put a do rag on. I started smoking weed. I was in a club. That's when I started going to club and running the streets and whatnot. Abusing women and shit like that. Man, I just went down, man. I said, "Fuck it," right? Because I'm like,
you turn it around though. That's what's up.
I said, this is. Look, I was sitting there like, yeah, we got to get along. We're black, man. The man. Motherfucker came up and just clocked me in the fucking head, man.
And all that went away immediately.
Yeah, so I'm trying to kill this nigga, man. And I get that feeling sometimes when I'm being attacked by people, right? That those flashbacks come back. When I feel like I'm doing something for somebody, right? Like I always defend like Africa, and I get attacked by the same people that I feel like I'm defending, whatever. Like I hate that. That's what
I understand what you're saying.
It brings those flashbacks back that, I'm sitting there talking about black this and black that and blah, blah, blah. And I'm one of those, I used to bring my final call into work and whatnot, and everybody's like, yeah, man, are you one of those dudes that, that be out there selling? Oh, nah, man, I'm just supported, man. I'm not a member yet, but, you got niggas clown you and shit,
Right.
You got a bean pie for me, brother, So basically, I'm sitting there trying to organize these niggas, trying to be like this, and this shit happens when I'm like,
I got a question for you, Carl. So, how was it? Did you get any complications from the stabs, or was there anything that was close to any organs? Was it real terrible, or just
the cooks, man? So everyone came out this. Dude, I was about to. Do you know these niggas? I was about to do this. Everybody's always after the fact. I was about to do this. One motherfucker's like, I was about to pour this pot of grease on that nigga that was attacked. Everybody after the fact come up with, I was about to do this.
I'm asking you about your injuries. You talk about other people, Kyle. I don't know if you heard my question.
What?
I'm saying, you see, Kyle,
how severe were your injuries?
How bad was the stabs? Was it close to organs or anything like that?
I still got the stab wounds on me.
Wow.
I got stab wounds on my. I still got them. I might take a picture. I did take a picture. I got a picture.
I ain't never been stabbed or jumped.
I got a puncture in my my calf right below my butt. I have a puncture in the hole, right? The fat and the muscle is gone. You have a hole.
Wow.
Hole. I could touch it.
That's crazy. Right? Were you in danger of dying, or was it just
I almost bled out? But they got me to the hospital at the time, man. They stitched me up. They stopped the bleeding. You know. So it was on the news and everything, man, for like weeks, man. It was like fuck, it was like a big case when the trial happened and everything like that. So it was a big case, here in Virginia Beach. So but it is what it is. It just taught me a lot, man. That's when I started getting into martial arts, and stuff like that. That's what saved me. Like 2 years later, what was it 90? That was 96, right? 2 years later, I met my friend Chris, my teacher Chris, right? We started training in martial arts. That's what basically saved my life, because I was about to go down into the streets, getting into street shit and whatnot, I met him, man, right? I met him, and he was like a couple of years older than me. He was like the big brother I never had, so we were training every day, man, to like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, man. It was like we bonded together. We were brothers, man, that was brotherhood, right? So then we started doing competitions. We used to have these fights, these underground fights in the Northside Park and whatnot. On Saturdays and whatnot, we have matches of people challenging each other and whatnot, And so I just got into the world of fighting and martial arts. And then years later, I started doing club security and stuff like that. That's how it is. That's what stayed me away from the streets when I started getting into martial arts. So when I started doing club, right, most of my friends who do club, they were all like Bloods and Crips and shit like that. They come from the streets. But they always called me Black Panther style, man. It was like, man, every time they was, because I always had a black leather jacket. It was like, Black Power. They thought I was one of these black militant guys and whatnot. You know, that's what they thought. They held Elder Cleaver, Huey Newton and whatnot. You know, I was like the black nationalist, Black Power guy and whatnot. And they were like, they respected that. I wasn't a street dude. You know, I wasn't a street dude. I was like one of these black militant guys and whatnot that they knew about. You know, so that was my steez and whatnot. You know. Stop sneak this and what's she talking about? VA got goofy people too. You know, yeah, man. No, these weren't fucking VA people. These people were from Newark that stabbed me. They were from Newark and someone from Liberty City, and they just met in Virginia Beach to basically, I don't know, I guess they were concluding their drug deal, you know, facilitated by this chick or not. You know, I guess they had it going. These dudes are gonna be the little drug runners. These niggas in Virginia, I guess these niggas in Virginia, North Carolina. With a drug, and these dudes that came down there were major dudes from Philly and Newark, you know. And what happened was they were out here for business, but these knuckleheads, right, who started the fight, you know, thought they were bad, running around the club, running around the restaurant, hitting all the black people, you know. No white person got hit, you know. They was running around pushing all the black people, fuck you, cursing the black people and that. The white people sitting like. You people and that, you know. I'm like, that's what I said, man. Fuck niggas, man. You know, fuck niggas with an A's dick. Call it Great Pretending.
I ain't never heard that one before.
Oh yeah, I've heard that before. I heard suck an A's dick. You know,
that's some New York stuff, man.
Yeah, call it Great Pretending. Now he's so tough. Suddenly he's making up. So you know. Why would I be making shit up like this? You know, just she thinks I'm making all this up. It's so tough. I'm not trying to make shit up like that. I'm just telling you how my life was. You know what happened to me. I'm not trying to be a tough guy. I don't fight anymore. You know, I don't fight anymore. I haven't. When's the last time I got into a fight? Last time I got into a fight, it's been like shit, man. When I worked in a club, man. Damn, man, it's been a long time. It's been years. So I got into a physical altercation. I've been in a physical altercation fucking damn near almost 16 years. Almost 16 years since I got into a physical altercation. It's 16 years since I've gotten into a physical altercation because I'm past that shit, you know, past all physical altercations and fighting and shit like that. I'm not a thug. I don't need to go out there and hurt somebody or whatever like that, you know. Get into all that stupid stuff like that.
I never even got a fight in my life outside of family.
I can tell you that been fist fight. I've been in fights all my life, man. I've been in fights all my life, man. I've been, fighting since I was a fucking teenager, man. I just got tired of taking people's shit, so I started learning how to fight. When I learned how to stand up to people and learn to swing first, hit first. I know every fight I won, I always hit first. You know. Boom, knock them off balance. You know, that shock and awe. Just boom. You know, when they least expect it, boom. And it worked, man. It got me out of a lot of fights, man. You know, because I like shit. You know, but usually because when I was coming up, the people who was picking with me were always bigger than me, much bigger than me. You know, you never get get into a fight with somebody smaller than you. You know, smaller than you, man. I was not really a bully. So I never fought people smaller, but it was always bigger people trying to try me. So you gotta know how to fight bigger people. They're the ones that's gonna come up to you and try you. You know, so Tan said, you said to proceed down Black America. I don't put down Black Americans every day. Do anybody understand the difference between a Black American, which is myself, right, and a fucking FBA? You know, that's what I said. Yeah, females. If I'm talking about hood rats, I'm not talking about the average black woman. You know, I'm not talking about hood rats. I'm talking black woman. If I talk about
some of us don't know how to separate ourselves from the gender.
They're involved in it. That's what tells me we're involved in it. I know it. You know, you wouldn't be offended if I'm saying shit about FBA that you guys have a house full of dirty diapers laying around, soiled. And when your house smell like roach spray and shit like that, you know, and you're unsanitary and filthy.
So, Carla, FBAs are your people too, man. If somebody come up and I said FBAs are your people too.
No, they're not. You know, they're my people, but they're a side of my people that I don't claim.
Simply because they call themselves by acronym?
No, because I'm saying the fact of the matter is most of the FBA people that see up there that try to pretend like doppelgangers, try to pretend like they're respectable middle class black people. That's what they are.
Listen,
No, there's some highly, educated and intelligent FBAs.
Like who?
I heard there's this guy on Dynasty show. I think he's retired now. He's an older gentleman, very articulate. He's an FBA, smart guy.
Okay, now some people say I'm a foundational Black American. These are the people that really never really like being called African and stuff like that. I get that, right? But the people who spend all the time, let me tell you something. Let me show you something, folks. Let me do something. Where's my speaker? Where's my boombox? I'm gonna show you something. Exactly what I'm talking about. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna find my boombox. What the hell? Oh, here we go. Here's my boombox.
I don't even mind not wanting to be confused with continental Africans. I don't even think that's a problem.
Yeah, what's the difference? Hold up. What is? I mean, it's stupid,
Do we really even get confused with them? I don't.
No, but the bottom line, you know what it is? 4 Righteous probably does look like a continental African. Usually people who look most continental African, that's like the. Oh yeah.
Me to do this shit that you just said right here. Secondly, y'all motherfuckers talk about we don't look like them Africans every goddamn day.
Hold up.
But y'all come to my fucking page daily and say stupid ass shit like this. You tripping over your own stupidity to get to my comment section.
I gotta put this on speaker. It's not connecting. Let me connect my speaker. You guys gotta hear this female.
No, she's sounding like she's cooking, but
yeah, she's cooking. I know. Hey, she's a real sister, man.
She's an African American, right?
Yeah, she's an African American. She basically, what the hell? Let me see. Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. Turn the Bluetooth on. Bluetooth, come on.
Oh, I see Jonathan in the chat. What up, Jonathan?
I forgot. So, mini hydro. What's the name of this? Altel.
I agree with 4 Righteous in her last post that you guys have your own identity and you keep disrespecting it, Kyle. Even though it was popularized by Tariq, who is a questionable character, but you are different.
Look, we understand. I understand that, right? But that doesn't mean that fucking I will listen to a clown like Tariq telling me
that's your problem. That's your problem with him, and I get that, right?
My problem is this, right? Every word out of Tariq's mouth is that he's not African. That's what he says, right? And he says stuff like, I don't want to call myself African, right? Because Elon Musk calls himself African, right? And I'm like this, Tariq has a serious problem with calling himself African. That's the problem I have with him. I'm like this.
Carla, do you have a problem with calling yourself a Jamaican?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I'm not a Jamaican.
Of course. When he's saying African, he's talking about the Africans who comes from Africa. He's not saying he's not black as in the race.
Hold on. What he's doing is erasing the long history of the African transatlantic slave trade, which is probably the most significant thing. Look, black people, let me see, before I get this on, let me see this. Let me do my calculations, right? Let me give you some numbers here, right? The Africans who brought over here indentured servants and whatnot came in the 1570s, before the first slaves came in 1619, right? So imagine, and the last slave illegally came to the United States in 18 what was it? 1860, Galveston, Texas, right? And the flotilla in 1860, right? So let's say 1860 minus 15, let's say 1590. You had 270 years of that defines the history. That's the longest continuum history of interaction between Africans and the West. 270 years. Nothing else beats that, right? I would say maybe South Africa. You know, the Dutch arrived there in 1690, right? So this is actually longer history, right? If you calculate from the time the Afrikaners got there, the Boers got there, to the time the first republic in South Africa was struck in the early 1900s. Probably this is way longer. So you have a 270-year history of interacting with the African continent between the United States, what became the United States, and Africa. 270 years. That definitely makes the people who came from Africa Africans, African Americans. You know, that basically.
But being African color also is a denotion of your mannerism.
But you're not African.
And a lot of you guys have lost that connection. You are racially, biologically, you are African, but culturally and mannerism.
There's no such thing as African culture, bro. Really, because
listen to what I'm saying.
Elvis, you guys say we lost that, but do you know that Africans, when they go to Italy, France, all those other people like that, I've seen Africans basically, Chinese could go to any place and keep their culture, no matter where they go. Africans lose their culture. You got Africans that live in Germany now call themselves Germans. You got them call themselves Swedes. They call themselves French.
I mean, you're mistaken.
You got Africans who call themselves
you can't even let me speak. What is your problem with me, man? You're mistaking citizenship for ethnicity. Carlo, let me speak. Let me speak, bro. The point that I'm making here is that you use the broad term African to refer to people from Africa, especially immigrants who came from Africa and migrated to the United States, right? So you use that term to denote that these people are African culturally. They're not like you. After 400 years of being here, there are certain African things that a Nigerian would do. Like if I see a Nigerian person with a mortar and a pistol, and they're beating like fufu or something else, I'm familiar with that. You'll see that in Sierra Leone, in Nigeria, in Liberia.
Let me talk.
Well, African Americans don't do that. Okay, I'll pass it.
Culturally, things we do, we just have a different way of doing things, right? We're still the same people, right? Which we don't carry, like right now. You said a lot of African women now carrying things. Like you said, video with a woman, African woman, threw the bottle of water on the dude, said, "Mama," and they're doing the African lady challenge when they're trying to carry bottles of water in their head and throwing it at people on that. But African women are now in America is trying to carry water on their heads and stuff like that and whatnot. We don't do that, right? Because we lost that, right? That's fine, But my point I'm trying to make is, when I see Africans, right, literally Africans, right, talk about I'm an Irishman. I see an African talk about I'm a Black Brit. You got an African talk about I'm a German, right? And they speak the German language, stuff like that, and then they preach to us about what we lost. So I'm like, God damn, you guys go over every country, learn the language, everything. Like you talk to a South Sudanese who was born in Australia. He sounds like a regular Aussie, everything, accent and everything, right? But yet they got all this stipulation on Black Americans. When you leave the continent, right, your environment dictates your behavior and your habits. That don't mean you stop becoming something, right?
Culture is practiced within a home, right?
Okay, hold on.
That's why, like you said it before. Let me just get 10 seconds. You've said this before that you have friends who are Haitians, and you never knew they were Haitians until you went to their house and you saw the kind of food they was eating and the way they was acting at home.
That's where culture is practiced. So Haitian could come to you at school or at work and speak just like you speak, maybe dress like you dress, but when he goes home, that's where you see the real Haitian person.
I'm saying myself, to be honest with you, it ain't that fucking important. You know, that's really not.
It's not. But I'm saying there is a distinction, and if people want to distinct,
because the whole thing is when you try to say, like I said, when people say, you know, African Americans do not have I would argue that when you look at Black Americans, our church, our way we dance, everything. Remember, we're like the number one style channel when it comes to dance music. Where do you think the music comes from? Everything you see in Black America derives from African culture, you know? So it's just a different way of doing things, but still basically derived from it. Definitely ain't derived from fucking Russia, you know, derived from Africa. You know, the rhythms and everything like that, the beats, everything like that, it's just African, you know? My point I'm trying to make is, but we are definitely also Americans. You know, we're Africans with an American experience. We have an African story, but an American experience, right? That means we're definitely Americans. We're Americans because this, for 400 years, that's what shaped our view of the planet and the world and the universe and the world, is our experience in America. And one of the things that we have in America is a race conscious, because that's how we grew up as a race of Africans. The only difference between Africans and Black American, African Americans is they're not race conscious because they grew up in a majority Black world. So they don't have to be race conscious like we are. We're race conscious because we were persecuted based on race, you know. That's the only difference, you know. But let me finish playing this this lady, right? I should have my speaker on. Look. There she goes.
It's a goofy competition between the FDA every motherfucking day on my page. Who can sound the stupidest, right? I guess was the competition, right? What y'all aimed to do was to give me lots of footage with y'all saying that I'm a motherfucking tether. My Black ass is here because y'all fought for my motherfucking civil rights, right? Y'all fought for my immigration rights. Y'all love saying that shit. You dumb motherfucker. I'm sure my ancestry in this country is more illustrious than yours. You probably had the mama that was happy to get on her motherfucking knees and do this shit to Massa. That's why that's the first thing that came out of your mouth. Yeah, you rushed here to illustrate your unfurnished left and right hemisphere. And you did a very good job illustrating. We see how motherfucking stupid you and your motherfucking motley crew is. Now your mama in the basement lubed up waiting for you. She's pissed off.
I tell you what I said about
her motherfucking phone over your trifling ass. Go take care of it.
You can't say a word without using a curse word.
But you can rub clits. Go get at it. Off. I doubt you.
Yeah, she's going in on FBA. Yeah, going on FBA. You know, that's
college. But I mean, come on, man. She have to have a wider vocabulary, the motherfucker, and this and that.
Like, yo, she was pissed off. That's the whole thing I said about the internet. When people get triggered, right? And like I said, I think there should be a filtering process, you know, where people take 10 and 20 seconds and basically, like, maybe if you did a video and you said this video is processed, you got to come back like 20 minutes and confirm that you want this to go up there. But when you just basically boom, put something out there and whatnot, and it's like, damn, she probably said to herself afterwards, I could have said that better. Attention. You know, I could have said that better. You know,
no, Carla, intelligent and articulate people can be angry and speak with articulation without using.
That's why I don't do live. I don't do live reaction videos like that. Because I get triggered and I get angry with that.
Wow.
If I ever do a video, I'll basically sit back, I'll think about what I'm gonna say, and then put it up there. I'm not gonna.
Hey, Kyla, drop the link. Dave want to come up.
Who? Oh,
Dave. Focus Dave.
Okay. That's my boy.
I mean, Kyla, I don't know. Again, you might think it's an insult, but you consume too much social media.
Now, this guy right here is basically mocking the Somalis, I think. Let's see.
You guys seen all these videos of the Somalian community leaders coming out and apologizing for their people stealing all this money. Check this out, and I'll be back.
We accept the president's words. They came from a place of anger and disappointment. I'm sure many Americans feel the same way.
the president was right to let loose his feelings. It shocked us into understanding the severity of the harm our people caused. These criminals betrayed America's welcoming spirit. The scale of these crimes has stained the reputation of American Somalis. America's freedoms allowed us to build a unique community here in Minnesota. In return, we must promise to weed out any evil living among us. This evil came from within our community. And so, as an honorable community, we take responsibility. We must correct this wrongdoing.
The only way to regain the trust of this nation is to root out crime, stay humble, and be forever grateful. That's the premise.
So, as honorable Somalis, we are going to take on the responsibility of apologizing to all Americans. We are deeply, deeply sorry. The shame of this will haunt us forever. Hopefully, over time, you will come to forgive us. Thank you.
So yeah, y'all could be sorry, but somebody need to go to jail. Yeah, just like if we got caught in fraud, we go to jail.
Kyle, pause the video for a second.
What?
I said, can you pause it for a second? There was 64 people, actually 66 people that went to jail for those crimes that was committed, those frauds. So the guy doesn't know what he's talking about. But I just want to say, shout out to the Somali community for taking responsibility. That's really
you got to. They're scared, you know.
No, listen to what I'm saying. You know, the Somalis, no offense to them, but not to excuse anything they did. They've really embarrassed themselves and even other Africans here in Minnesota. That's why we say we like this state, because the state wants to help you, and they want to help you, you know, not to be living in poverty.
It's still part of the United States, right?
Hold on, Carla. Most of the money that was stolen was state money, wasn't federal money. But the point that I'm trying
to the U.S. law was broken. No, it's actually federal.
State laws were broken.
No, it was federal funds. A lot.
I said most of them was not federal fund.
So
this was a state case. The point that I'm making.
Go ahead.
You're hearing this. There's multiple frauds that went on, right? So P loans. That's obviously a federal thing, right? Some other people got caught up in, you know, like the First Act chance, First Chance Act, for example, where the city of Minneapolis want to give Black people in particular a chance to be homeowners, right? So to give you an opportunity to go there as a Black man, especially first generation, if your family hasn't owned a home before, you can go in there. And a lot of Somalis took advantage of that. You have business loans for people who are starting like CNA job or home health aid job, or people who are doing like the medical transportation. A lot of Somalis are into that. They did a lot of scam with that. And the government really wanted to help them. The state government really wanted to help the Somalis, you know, because they're a big part of the city of Minneapolis. So they really embarrassed themselves and show their ass. And I think they cause a wider embarrassment to the African community here. Even myself, I'm angry at them because now it's going to make things a lot harder for other immigrants to get, you know, grants and other things like that. So that's all I wanted to say. I'll pass the mic. Dave, you want to say something? I'm done, bro.
How come the Black Americans? How come we never get none of this shit? You know, we never get these loans and shit like that.
We're not immigrants, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm like, damn. We don't get none of this shit. Nobody gave us a damn thing.
When you were an immigrant,
that's what. No, that's for anybody. In Minneapolis, the first
who control these things. We're not in.
Do you live in Minneapolis, Kyle? Do you live in Minneapolis?
I know that. What I'm saying is this, though. There's very. I would show you every so-called African American, right? That
they have. Listen, Kala. They have Head Start programs, so yeah, programs for them.
Head Start program is for school, like preschool or something like that, right, Dave? What do you mean? It's not for Africans. Yeah, the point is that this state. That's why we love Minnesota. Many conservatives hate the state because it caters to its people and
we hate
people first.
A lot of y'all can't.
No, but Somali took advantage of it. That's the point. They saw the generosity of the state and they thought it was an easy mark, and they took advantage of it. And a lot of them are in jail today. You know, so it's embarrassing as an immigrant, as a Black African immigrant, for Somalis to do what they did. You don't see other communities doing that. We'll appreciate the state. You know, those people who get certain opportunities, you know, through these programs. I'm sure they're very appreciative of it. So the Somalis embarrassed themselves, and I think that video was a sincere apology. So hopefully they can reform the community and do better.
Yeah, I mean, they made the block hot, basically. You know what I mean? The whole block hot. Y'all, the Liberian community there, too. Y'all got to watch your back, too. The whole block hot, basically. Yeah. You know what I mean? So everybody.
Yeah, but the thing about it, Dave, a lot of Liberians don't live in the city, in the city proper. They don't live in Minneapolis or
It
something.
don't matter.
A lot of us live in broken parts in the suburbs. Look, Dave, just listen to what I'm saying, bro. It's not an argument. I'm just telling you that Somalis they get the privilege that they get because they're over 100,000 deep in the city of Minneapolis. So they're there, they're in your face. They're a very big part of that city. You know, unlike other African groups. That's the point that I'm making. So they get a lot of opportunities because there's just so many of them in Minneapolis. Yeah. That's all.
They gonna want the
What you doing, Carter? What you watching in the background?
What, me?
Yeah, you be watching TikToks and others.
No, I'm just I was scrolling TikTok to see what I could play. You know, I can play. I'm gonna play some more videos in a second. Hold on, give me a second. I gotta plug my computer. Okay. The plug fell out. Yeah, so let me look at some more videos. My point I'm trying to make with these FBA is really heating up online. And like I said, all these people do is sit up online.
Because we different.
Okay, which we go. Okay, this is another video. I think some so-called FBA might actually go to Africa and they're touching her hair and she's making it seem like her hair is different from the African's hair. Let me play this back. You know? Seeing locks for the first time. Man, that's a fucking weave. That's a freaking weave, you know? You know, she looks like she's a local. She could be one of them, you know?
Yeah. You be getting so worked up over these little TikTok videos, man.
Instead of freaking these African ladies touching her hair, why don't you tell them what she did, man? She went down to the Korean store and got a bundle. You know what I'm saying, Dave?
Mm-hmm.
You know, Africa,
Okay.
over in Africa acting like she got long hair. It's all these FBAs want is a fucking like they're superior to somebody. That's all the fuck it is. You know?
Look, all of the collar. Let me be honest. FBA, all it is I want to be first in line to the white.
Yeah, I want to be next to the white man, and
that's all it is.
That's all.
I'm jealous that other people are getting close to the white.
Yeah, they that's all it is.
And
Tariq
the people,
abandoned his whole.
Everybody else is getting close to the white man. But I'm gonna get on the lowest denominator that's getting to the white man.
You notice that Tariq abandoned the whole race soldier theory. Remember that?
Yeah.
Now suddenly race soldiers don't exist no more. Now the whole thing is the tethers and the musty tethers. People call me musty tether in the chat room earlier, Dave. You know.
So the FBA, you always got to prove yourself to them. You know that? I noticed that.
I prove myself to shit.
You always got to prove yourself to them.
There ain't nobody to prove to. They're fucking black trash, man. You know.
Who are you?
What's
your background? Let me see your hairline.
FBA are black trash.
Your hairline.
FBA are black ghetto trash. That's all they are. You know.
Let me see your hairline. You can judge you from your hairline. It's not an FBA hairline.
Fucking people, man.
I'll tell you that's not an FBA hairline. How you doing, Carla? How y'all doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. What you been up to, brother? Any more about Mayor Baraka in Liberia?
No, I just been working, man. I'll give you the update later, Carla. I've been working.
Yo, I had my handler in Liberia telling me. I said, look. I told him on a car. I said, I just want to spend $2,000. I don't want to spend a lot of money, so I'm gonna leave her with Isabella, man. She probably end up crashing or something like that. So I only want to spend $2,000.
Wait, why would you say that?
You crashed the car before. That's why.
Oh, okay.
She'll not drive, right? She'll have a license.
To drive in Liberia, you gotta have a lot of patience.
I don't think I could drive there. I don't think I could.
No, I can drive there. I know how to drive.
I could drive. Let's say on.
I can't drive in Liberia, bro.
I know drive all over.
I could drive on S.A. Cooper Road. I could drive in Elwood. You know the junction right there.
ELWA.
I know I drive through all the highways.
It's called ELWA, Carl. I was born at that hospital there.
I could drive as far as like Congo Town and all stuff like that, right? But going to Waterside, hell fucking no. And no way I'm driving that shit.
You can't drive in the city, bro. You can't drive in Monrovia.
No. You can't drive with like 3 KKs squeezed right. It's like you can look over and see 3 KKs over, try to squeeze into one space. When I can't do that shit, you know. My drivers are real skilled. I never seen the whole time I've been in Liberia. I've never seen an accident. Never seen an accident.
What collar? Well, yeah. Well, you never seen it because that's you.
He ain't living out there.
I've never seen a fender bender enough.
No, but it's a lot of accidents there.
That's what I'm saying. You know, Colin said these things, and when I tell him the opposite, he thinks I'm against him. I'm just telling you that.
I got in an accident once in Liberia. I got in an accident.
Colin, the thing with Liberia, right? People get into nasty accidents.
Because he got thrown off a motorcycle. I told him, man, nobody, my driver. I said, don't ever drive a motorcycle again. Okay, boss. I said, don't ever get on a motorcycle again, man. You know,
no, Liberia driving is scary, bro. It's like driving in India, man. No traffic lights. People are beeping at each other. It's like a noise polluted area. I can't do it, man. When my grandmother passed away and we went to bury her, it's tiring driving in Liberia, bro.
So Dave, you think you hook me up to 2K?
You can't find a reliable car for 2K in Liberia, Colin. I mean, I don't know why you think that.
I'll be there. And I hate to like, okay,
you know why, Colin? Because all the decent cars are imported from America. If you have a decent, nice, low
importer car,
that's the point. That's why the cars, the prices are inflated.
The Connect I sent Kyla. I got my man Bayside. He in London, so we ship out of Europe, so it's quicker.
That's why sometimes if you got a good car.
Well, how much it costs? How much, Dave? How much it costs to import? Because remember, Liberians only
depends on what kind of car you're buying.
It's based on the value of the car, Colin. I mean, Colin, you talking to? No offense to Dave.
I do know Liberia.
Asking me, Elvis. What the fuck are you talking about, my nigga? He asking me, bro. Like I don't fucking know Liberia.
Okay, Dave. How did they tariff?
Like I don't know fucking shit about Liberia.
How did they tariff the cars in Liberia at the
only
Freeport?
Expert here on Liberia, my nigga. Chill.
I'm just asking you, Dave. Maybe I'm wrong.
He asked me. I'm about to. You ain't even let me explain. I don't know shit, nigga. You ain't the only expert on Liberia.
Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead, Dave.
But you're not the only expert on Liberia, my nigga.
I said go ahead. I'm not arguing with you, brother. Go ahead.
It depends on what type of car you buying, Colin. You hear me?
Right.
And the shipping mainly be anywhere between $1,500 to $2,000. Right? For the shipping. When it gets to the port now, that's where the negotiations start. Maybe it'd be like
I know.
2,000,
yeah,
3,000, depending on the car.
Yeah.
You know? So it depends, you know? So I was looking at I shipped cars before, so I know how it is. So some guys, my guys right now, I got some guys too. They ship through Guinea. They ship through Guinea and they ship through Ivory Coast. I got some other guys. But see, this it got hot. I got some guys too in Togo. But it's getting the Sahel got hot.
Peace and blessings to everyone on the panel.
Hold on. I seen that Dave. I seen one guy a couple years ago, right? This Liberian guy was sitting in that restaurant over there before you get what what I'm talking about. It's a seafood place right there, the white building. I forgot the name of it. Right there, it's right there. I think off Newport, whatever. Before you go up to the hill, the Crown Hill, it's right there. It's like surrounded by white fence around, right? What's that seafood place, right? Outdoor, indoor. Anyway, the guy, he was sitting in the same restaurant, right? And they did an article. He said, "Man, I'm sitting in Liberia, and I saw my car drive by, right? You know what I'm saying?" He said, "Wait a minute, his car was stolen, right? Before he came to Liberia, right? And then he tracked the guy down. The guy still had his license plates and everything on there.
Yeah.
You put it in a container and shipped to Liberia. He said, "That's my car."
The Nigerians was doing heavy. They was doing the heavy in Jersey. The Nigerians, they hit Jersey for like 300 cars.
Right.
Yeah.
Nigerians, they helped New Jersey for like 300 cars.
But this Somali scam and everything, if it wasn't for Donald Trump, man, come into the office, it was a lot of havoc that was going on in Minnesota. All type of grifting, forgery, fuckery, all types of stuff was going on.
Don't say stupid shit that you know nothing about. The case with the Somalis was going on before even the election.
Dave just told you you're not the only expert on everything.
No. Don't go off that because I just gave David this time.
The Somali
case with the Somalis was going on before the elections even happened. So it wasn't because of Trump.
Under Biden, that fraud reached the zenith.
That case they were being prosecuted under Biden.
And then you had people marrying family members. There was all type of graft that was going on with the Somali community that made them get to 100K. That's too many people from the desert in one city, right?
I mean, you're so stupid, man. Man, bro.
No, I'm just saying that's too much.
What the hell do you mean that's too much? What are you talking about? How long has Somalis been in America?
Those people are unassimilable, right? They can't assimilate.
That's not a word.
Listen, is a word. Check this out. They can't assimilate into the dominant society. One, the religion is different. The language is different. The corruption. We can't do that as African Americans. We can't get away with large scale corruption.
Bro. You're an idiot. Every groups that come into this country, right? They have criminal elements within them.
No,
the Italian mafia that came in here, the Italians that came to the United States had a mafia who was robbing and killing and having rackets.
But they
brought criminal elements with them.
They had a
Vietnamese mafia.
They had an underclass, but these people was robbing the federal
elements within them. So please don't be ignorant.
They was robbing the federal government to close to $500 million, man. Don't
be stupid, bro. I mean, man, I don't know why maybe I think you're smarter than I think you really are. So that's not what it is.
Was they doing righteousness?
That's not what I'm saying. Your information is wrong. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
How much money did they steal
Most
from
of the money that was stolen was from state programs. Wasn't from the federal government.
How much money was stolen from the federal government or the state government? It doesn't matter.
Tell me how much was stolen from the federal government.
I'm asking you because
you said it was $1 billion.
I said close to $500 million.
Close to $500 million or close to $1 billion?
I said $500 million.
You said close to $1 billion. Stop lying, man. You just open your mouth and say things without proper research.
That's rampant graft. You can't find no African American that got away with that level of corruption for that long, man.
So is a competition now who's the most efficient?
But I'm saying if somebody is kind to you and bring you into their country, right?
That's what I just fucking said. I agree with the fact that they embarrass themselves and they embarrass other Africans for being greedy and being, selfish and ungrateful. Yeah, that's true. But what is your point that you're saying there are too many of them and other stupid shit that you're saying?
If Donald Trump was not in office, that corruption will still be going on to today.
What are you talking? I just told you, bro. The case they had already been arrested was being prosecuted. You know how long a case take to go through court? You think it was just 6 months after Trump came into office? Is that what you think?
He exposed that.
He didn't expose. What are you talking about? This is a state case. I live here. I know what's going on. You don't. So don't be ignorant, man.
The governor was basically just not taking.
The governor was complicit.
Not true, Carla. You think the governor is like a hawk who watches over people and stop them from committing crimes before they're committed? Once they commit a crime and the investigators investigate, they became.
What they said was he said that the reason why he was reluctant because he was terrified of the R word.
The what?
Racism.
He's scared. He was
Did he? When did Governor Wall say that?
He said that.
What did he say, Kyla?
Okay, I'm gonna find it for you.
Yeah, maybe. Find it. Let me hear it.
But you're acting like these guys stole a Twix from a 7-Eleven, man.
Listen to what I'm saying, right? If you know how government work, every government you have an inspector general, right? In every department or bureau that go in there and do inspection and audit. They audit that department. And when these people went and did their job, they saw there was fraud. They investigated the fraud. They arrested those people who was responsible for the fraud. They prosecuted them. A lot of them are in jail right now. Only one person was found not guilty in this whole thing. It was like 66 people that was prosecuted. All of them got found guilty.
It was more people involved than 66 people. Way more than that.
You know more about it.
This was an organized. This was an organized, systematic scheme to defraud the state of Minnesota and ultimately the federal government.
But those people who defrauded the federal government was prosecuted federally. Those people who defrauded the state, which is the majority of the cases, was prosecuted, through the state attorneys general office.
People was getting free home ownership, medical transport, right? Illegal citizenship,
free ownership, free home ownership. What are you talking about?
No, I said pretty much free. They was using a lot of.
It wasn't free. I mean, you're not informed. Don't come in and try to talk like you're an expert on it. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm saying they utilize programs that was not meant for them. They exploited those programs.
What the hell are you talking about?
I didn't say free houses.
No, none of them were prosecuted for applying for the First Chance Act for first time home buyers. None of them. Those are programs that's for lower income people. Especially people who are, minorities. Those places, those people get the first, chance at.
This is why Kyla had the doppelganger show, because a lot of y'all pretend to be African Americans to use up the system, right?
You're an idiot. That's what I say. You don't know what you're talking about. Somalis are a huge part of Minneapolis. They can't hide. They can't try to, infiltrate. They're there. They don't integrate, like you said. They wear their garbs, they wear the traditional, clothes. You see them coming from a mile away. So they're not trying to be African Americans. Well, you say stupid shit and you don't even think about what you're saying.
But
you ever seen a Somali try to be African American?
These programs were not, when they created these programs, it wasn't for them.
Says who? Do you even know when the First Chance Act was created? It's for the residents of Minneapolis. Somalis make up a very large population of Minneapolis. So what are you talking about?
All right, man. See this.
Okay, then just shut up and don't say something stupid that will embarrass you even further.
This is why Trump was elected, to bring the principal back, to get the school in order.
Trump didn't start the case. That's what you don't understand, because you're like a mega bootlicker and you don't even know what you're talking about. The case was already in full prosecution before Trump was elected. So what are you saying?
So show me in the annals of history where African American defrauded.
So you're telling me you're mad that African Americans couldn't steal $1 billion and go to jail for it? Is that what your gripe is?
What David's trying to tell you? We're not from the bush. We're civilized. We don't do shit like that.
Okay, good. Yeah, good. I mean, I don't even want to go there because it's a stupid person like you. I don't want to disparage African Americans.
No, I'm not.
African Americans don't go to jail for scam. They just go to jail for other shit.
It's called civilization. It's called being civilized.
Yeah. Some people go to jail for murders and drug dealing, and other people go to jail for scamming. Okay, makes sense.
His wife, Lowell Ahmed, and Judge Hillary Caligiuri.
Hey, Dave. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying where do you find
so other Hennepin County judges related cases before they reached trial? Judge Amber Brennan dismissed.
We scrolled across the news, and so they backed off.
Jury as fraud. The convicted Yusuf of 6 counts of theft.
What's going on, Carla? You trying to play something, but it's not really playing. What's going on?
See, Dave, you see when people try to cover up and make excuses, that means subconsciously they condone that degenerate behavior, right?
Maybe you wasn't listening to the show when I reprimanded somebody for what they did.
Hold on. This is what happened, right? And Minneapolis, right? Minneapolis. Let me say this. Minneapolis, they basically the Somali food program. The reason why it went on is because Tim Walz and government was powerless because they were scared of being called racist. You know, that happened, right? Let me play it.
Sure, Carla. Let me see it. I mean, you might be right. I've never seen it, so I want to see it.
Oh man, he put his back against the wall, Carla. You know?
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Then 3 months after the verdict, Judge West made the rare move of tossing out the full verdict as well. Court records show other Hennepin County judges tossing related cases before they reached trial. Judge Amber Brennan dismissed the charges against Yusuf's wife, Lol Ahmed, and Judge Hillary Caligiuri dismissed charges against co-defendant Abdiweli Mahmoud.
And we're back, y'all. Thank you for watching today. Go ahead and hit that like button, my people. You know that it helps us out a ton. And of course, it helps you because it helps us keep bringing you these stories every day. Now, y'all, today we're going to be talking about young girl, Ilhan Omar, and her Somali community. They're under attack, y'all. The president has set his sights on them due to the reports of massive fraud in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and
when the boss says push
the surrounding Minnesota areas. Is it $1 billion? Is it $8 billion?
They said, well, we're going to accuse
a whole lot of dollars that they have stolen. But of course, y'all, it is important to say that this was a very, very, very small amount of people considering the totality of the Somali community. But nevertheless, dozens and dozens of people, maybe hundreds of people stole billions of dollars. And now the scrutiny is not only falling on younger, but it's falling on the entire community. And y'all, you know, it looks like one of the reasons that they were able to get away with this is because they had a good old card that they were able to play. Now, if you already know what card I'm talking about, kudos to you. But if you don't know the card that they get to play whenever there's a certain card people have, y'all. Now some of y'all are like, oh, I know what card you're talking about. There's a certain card that you can play whenever the authorities get on you. This card is very effective nowadays, and this card can get you out of trouble. And this card was played, people, and it allowed them to continue stealing billions of dollars. So we're going to see that here today. And we're also going to see how even though
this idiot don't even know what he's talking about,
charged and even convicted.
What do you mean billion? Is this a reputable news outlet?
A judge not only dismissed charges. We had told y'all about one of the guys who was convicted. The jury came out. They were like, yo, we saw the evidence is overwhelming. Well, a judge actually got rid of his charges, and that caused outrage. This is all within this same Somali fraud Minnesota thing. But now it's coming out that the judge actually threw out other charges against other people associated with this situation. So we're going to show you that as well. And finally, we're going to see Donald Trump. He's speaking out again about this fraud and stealing. And Tim Walz, y'all, the governor, of course, he said something stupid. So we got to fill you in on that because he's running for governor again. And it looks like this could take down his entire administration. He called a special fraud news conference yesterday, y'all. So you know he's feeling the heat. But first, we're going to talk about this card that they played.
This person that's talking is stupid.
Get out of trouble free.
The governor called a conference to tell us that they've made reforms
Let's go ahead and hop
for fraud prevention.
We are launching our official Patreon. So if you want to be a founding member on our Patreon, we have just 222 slots, y'all. If you want to be a founding member, go down, click the very first link in the description, and you're going to feel good about this, y'all, because believe it or not, we are an actual paralegal school, and we help people get their paralegal certificate and get working in the paralegal field. And all of the proceeds from our Patreon, when you enroll as a founding member, all of that is going to go to scholarships for people who would like to study at our institute, y'all. So click that first link down in the description. Join us as a founding member, y'all. This deal will not come back. Now let's get into the story.
I don't know who it is. I just found this article.
Obviously, it's the right wing. This is not an expert, Colin. He's not even from Minnesota.
But
Elvis, I'm gonna listen to the guy
and open an account.
I want to hear what he got to
ready
say.
to record, just hit rack to capture.
It's like you don't want to listen because I don't think it's going in your direction.
Because he's biased and he's not informed on the situation. He's saying things that's not even true.
No, I think
Omar is married to her
Will
brother.
state leaders like Governor Tim Walz be held accountable? How much culpability do they have?
Yeah, as the New York Times put it, in 2020, the Minnesota Department of Education, they were noticing that they administered the children's meals programs, and they became overwhelmed by the number of applicants for feeding sites to feed children meals, and they began raising questions about the invoices they were getting. So the fraudulent group, Feeding Our Future, they threatened a lawsuit. They said, well, we're going to accuse you of racism, and it will be scrawled across the news. And so they backed off. A report from the nonpartisan Minnesota Office of the Legislative Auditor looked at this. They later found that this threat of litigation and of negative press affected how state officials use their regulatory power. They simply backed off. They decided,
these are Fox News adjacent people. This is not real news.
Forcefully tackling this issue might cause political backlash.
Fox News.
So yeah, they're going to have to be held accountable.
What's the news agency, Carla? What's the source?
Causing major political backlash.
So
I don't know
exactly
what does it say on the screen right there, Carla?
Has to do with these people.
Come on, man. You guys are biased. Your news sources are skewed, bro.
Okay. One situation.
You think Fox News is credible, Carla?
Ain't no bias.
They said, yeah, the guys.
Elvis.
Now you have to remember, you have to get a unique.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I said it did something wrong, but you're listening to biased news network.
Evidence to prove
Elvis, you like to support deviant behavior, man.
He never
Steve, did I support it or did I condemn them?
You condemned him 100%.
Condemned them with an explanation.
I'm just telling you the facts are wrong. That's all I'm saying. I'm not telling you what the deal was right. I'm just saying you're trying to speak on something you know nothing about. The guy commentating knows nothing about it.
Related to this same scheme, y'all. Take a look at this.
He's talking about 1776 is talking about the first act, program and other things like that. That's not what it was charged for. Most of them was committing. Most of them was committing Medicare fraud. They were overcharging the state government on Medicaid.
The thing I'm trying to say is, let's say
about the decision by a judge to toss out a jury's guilty verdict.
Okay, now this is a Minnesota news.
That got a lot of attention.
This is from Carrie Levin.
Found some more.
This is our station here.
$7.6 million mailbox. That's how prosecutors described to the jury the supposed office of Promise Health LLC, the home healthcare company owned by Abdi Fattah Yusuf on Central Avenue in Minneapolis, where several other similar businesses were supposedly located. Jurors saw dozens of checks written to Yusuf's wife, family members, and $1.1 million in bank transfers and cash withdrawals to himself. Money Promise Health received through state Medicaid reimbursements for claiming to provide personal care assistant or PCA services. The jury saw it as fraud and convicted Yusuf of 6 counts of theft by swindle.
It was not a difficult decision whatsoever. The deliberation took probably
that's how most of these cases were.
based on
it wasn't by the first act
that was presented. beyond a reasonable doubt.
What the jury didn't know is that before they deliberated, Judge Sarah West tossed out the top charge of racketeering. Then 3 months after the verdict, Judge West made the rare move of tossing out the full verdict as well, giving Yusuf a judgment of acquittal.
How is that not obviously fraud?
With a circumstantial case, there has to be no other rational hypothesis other than guilt.
Paul Young, a former prosecutor and current defense attorney not connected to this case, says Judge West's decision stems from a review standard backed up by Minnesota Supreme Court rulings usually used in appeals of cases that involve mostly circumstantial evidence.
In other words, if there's another reasonable explanation, that could be the reasonable doubt.
Court records show other Hennepin County judges tossing related cases before they reach trial.
I don't know. My computer's acting up. I don't know. I got to crash this.
But basically, if you was in Jamaica, they got away with all sorts of fuckery. That's what you call that. When you're stealing health care insurance, stuff intended for children.
Look, let me tell you something, right? 1776. This is my own Liberian brother. There's a guy called Daniel Cassell. Maybe Dave would know him. He was a doctor of I think psychology, right? He was a psychiatrist. Very, very respected man. His name is Daniel Cassell. He was overbilling. This is a common scam that many people do, and the way it works is that they don't order you. Just how sometimes they don't order your taxes for like 5 years, so sometimes you can get away with it for years. So he was overcharging, the Medicare for counseling that he was doing for troubled youth and other things like that. He overcharged them into the tunes of like $3.6 million. He's a Liberian, not a Somali. And he went to Liberia. He spent that money lavishly. He was running for president. He bought a helicopter in the country, flying around with it. So his family came back to the United States. His wife and kids got arrested in Fulton County in Atlanta, Georgia. And they held them, pretty much hostage until he had to leave Liberia and come back to the United States to face the charges. And what he did, he had health issues. He had a heart disease. And he didn't take his medicine. He went downstairs, got on his treadmill and tried running for like an hour, and he died of a heart attack. He killed himself because he didn't want to face it. So this is not just Somali. This is something that you have to be informed about. Overcharging and overbooking, people tend to do that, and sometimes they don't catch them immediately. It might go on for a couple of years. Scholars in the healthcare field, sometimes people overcharge for Medicare,
overcharge. That's not how it works, bro. That's not how it works. He was a private vendor billing Medicare. I'm a person who...
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you go through. I'm just saying that people in this, you might have heard about this scheme that goes on with the Medicare.
But it's so fucking rare, because maybe because we don't have a lot of immigrants here. People here. Let me tell you something, Elvis. Right, when you do your AHIP certification, right, and basically the reason why we have to do AHIP certification every year, right, is like to put the fear of God in you, right?
Yeah.
They are watching CMS, Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, got resources to investigate any sort of improprieties, right? And if you get caught doing anything impropriety, you're looking at starting 30 years in jail. Losing
30 years.
So what I'm saying is this. The average person, black and white, are so, like all my agents, right? They're so compliant on everything like that. Can I do this? Can I do that? Like this? Nothing, right? To basically do something like this, right? That means you have really no respect for the rule of law
at all.
Yeah, these are criminal, Carla. I'm not protecting these criminals. I'm just saying the facts of the case is being distorted. That's all. I'm not saying they're not criminals.
Elvis, Carla is in that industry, man. You have to cross your T's and dot your I's when you're dealing with insurance, right? This what happened in Minnesota. You don't understand the gravity of the fucking fraud, man. Listen,
insurance, man. The whole
like
system.
I was, like me and my
that's
family.
What you don't understand. That's not the only fraud.
Me
there
and my
was
family.
multiple frauds going on.
We were sending money back home and supporting terrorism.
Yeah. Me and my family, we were gonna get into methadone treatment facilities, right? But man, that stuff is extensive, man. You can't have no type of errors, else your black ass is gone, man. What they did in Minnesota, man, dude, man.
They got balls. I give them that. The whole system, man.
Yeah, that's why they got prosecuted. 67 of them. They got very long sentences. They pay restitutions. A lot of their homes and properties were seized.
But Elvis, this is bigger than anything the mob did, man. You're talking billions of dollars.
It's not billions of dollars. Barely $1 billion.
No, okay, Elvis, they stole $10, nigga. Okay.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's why I said don't distort the fact. It wasn't billions of dollars.
$1 billion, man.
It was about $1 billion.
Listen to what Dave said. Dave is one of the most knowledgeable people outside of Kala on his show. It was Dave. Tell him what they was doing.
Man, that's a scam, man. A big scam. They messed up the system. The rigged system. Fucked up the system.
Dave, you're talking real low. We can't hear you, Dave.
The point was the judges basically kept throwing out the cases, because they were scared of being harassed. So that's what I mean by doppelgangers, right? People who come over here.
I mean, I don't want to go into another thing again because it was seeming like I'm caping for the criminals.
And I give it this. You didn't even see librarians do any scam like this. This shit was massive, man.
Yeah, this one was big, but like I just told you, right? I'm a librarian. There was a scandal like 2 years ago. Listen, where Liberians stole $114 million selling fake nursing degrees and giving people degrees that's supposed to take them 6 years.
I know that case.
But that was only one.
Right, but I'm telling you,
but that was
it was $114 million, Carla.
It was $114 million, man. Stop it, man.
How much was it, Carla?
It was not that. If it was, if they $100 million, that would have been front page news. Everything.
It was front page news. What are you talking about?
The only Dave, where'd you hear that story? Just online, right?
Yeah,
they did a news press conference in Fort Lauderdale. The federal government, federal prosecutor in Fort Lauderdale did a news conference. The guy that's on Spoon TV, Stanton Witherspoon, he was the ringleader, right? He forfeited $3 million in cash, multiple properties. He got his nursing license revoked. He can't work in the nursing field ever again.
But that was small time, Elvis. To what?
No, I'm telling you, it was like a whole cartel, and they stole $114 million by selling fake nursing degrees over a period of years.
But the
Somalis, look at the case, man. I'm just giving you the name.
This is one of the
biggest. Hold on. Type in the name Stanton, Stanton, Witherspoon. Like John Witherspoon, right? Type in that name, and you'll see the case, and it'll give you all the information, the articles.
But that's small time to what?
I'm just telling you that immigrants commit frauds from all walks of life.
Let Dave talk.
Let me say something. The Somali scam it could exceed up to $9 billion.
Don't tell this nigga that though.
Up to $9 billion.
Elvis, you need to get saved, man.
You guys are ridiculous.
You need to get
$9 billion.
What's with you? What's with you? This is CBS News. This is the Minnesota Reformer. This is Department of Justice. What are you talking about?
They want that back.
$9 billion.
This is New York Times.
Yeah, this guy Elvis, man.
What's wrong with you, Elvis?
This guy's an agent, man.
They said it can go up to exceed up to $18 billion.
Don't tell him. He's gonna say it's MAGA. He's gonna say it's fake news.
They didn't do a full audit yet.
Yeah, right there. The Wisdom case.
Carla, with that kind of money, you could build Afghanistan with that money, man.
That's what I'm saying. I wish I get $9 billion. Shit.
Hey, I'll be living in
Afghanistan with that money, bro.
Yeah, man. Hell, 10 times you could build 10 Afghanistans, man. Shit.
It checks out. It said, he was made to restitution payments, reported include millions of dollars of compensation. I don't see nothing about $100 million, bro.
Are you really? Yeah, because you don't know about the case. What did they tell you how much they stole?
I'm looking at ChatGPT. It says nothing about no fucking. It says fake diplomas. People got their money back.
Let me tell you something.
Okay, Kyler. I don't like to do it, but let me find an article. Let me find the article because you don't know how to search for things.
Don't have no
Researching is a skill, Kyler, and apparently you don't know how to research.
Liberians are not that large to have a scale of $100 million, man.
No, hell no.
Yeah.
This country, one thing about this country, they don't play with dark skins, man.
Man, they fucked up you ain't. Yo, Celsi said they fucked up the whole Medicare system, bro.
Yeah, man.
Medicaid.
Yeah, Medicaid.
That was Medicare. Oh, yo, look. If that was Medicare, man, they probably bring the fire squad out. If that was federal Medicare, you don't play with Medicare, man.
Listen, if I had $1 billion, I would move to Africa.
That's a state level Medicaid.
Yeah, Medicaid state, you know.
Yeah.
It's federal funding, but state administered.
You're talking about $9 to $18 billion, man.
Yeah, that's how you go. A lot of you make money. Like I had a couple of businesses while billing Medicaid and whatnot. I had a transport business, right? Every dime you put, let's say when I had my medical transport ambulance business right now, if you did, you always think that they're gonna pop it on you and check your miles, like the miles you log down. That's what you get paid by and whatnot. They have auditors and whatnot in the field. They can stop you at any time. Look at the miles in your vehicle. Well, geez, you know, your meals like this. And one thing when you man, they're fucking, you are done. You know.
And one thing when a black man owns a business, man, you get audited like twice a month, man. Like I had a friend who owned a group home, and he was billing the government for kids that aged out. Man, they sent a SWAT for that. They sent a SWAT for that, man.
In Virginia, most of the group homes, day centers, ambulatory businesses, and transport are owned by black people here, you know?
Yeah.
And everybody live in Virginia live in fear, so nobody does shit.
Yeah,
man. Everybody lives in fear.
When you steal $8-9 billion, that means you just don't even respect the country, man. You don't even respect the state.
It's their country, man. They was here 3,000 years ago. That's like fuck, man. Like holy shit, man! You guys got balls,
man. That's the Afghanistan money, man.
Yeah, man. I said, man, if I knew it was gonna be this easy, man, I should have done that shit. We milked $9 billion. Nation Business did it all wrong, you know.
Yeah. Hey, you could build Afghanistan with you could put a dome over Afghanistan with $9 billion. Shoot, man.
Fucking country, I'm like, damn, man, fuck. This motherfucker got balls. They got some serious balls, man. Somalis, man. Like, damn. I ain't never seen nothing like that in my life.
Yeah, Elvis is trying to make it seem like because Trump said it.
Like, it's some little shit, bro.
Like, yeah, like it's some little shit. Like you went to 7-Eleven and you went to 7-Eleven and grabbed a Slurpee or something. Like that's how he's trying to make it, you know. Yeah.
Oh man, there ain't no money, man. It's some
money. Ain't no money.
Ain't no money, man. Somebody's gonna see $9 billion missing out off the book.
Yeah, man.
Off the book, bro.
It was so bad that the governor of Minnesota, he's a Democrat, right? And he's cooperating with Trump. That's how bad that shit was, man.
He don't got no choice.
Man.
Choice? Cooperate with Trump. You gotta kiss the ring.
There was a Nigerian guy that stole like $10 billion Medicare for claim, and he tried to book to Nigeria, and they got him. You know, before he got there, man. I'm like, what the fuck, man? I'm like, damn, man. They didn't understand. America's not a free for all, man. You know.
Hey, you know what you could buy the Yankees with that type of money. That's crazy.
You know, Kyla, they come here with the mindset thinking they could do what they could do anything here, like home. Yeah, steal money and just go. They really think that it's a broken system. It's like home.
And that the American government is only concerned about black people. No.
Hey, Dave, why does Elvis always take anything wrong? He explains anything wrong, man. You can say 30 million people died in the Civil War. Elvis be like, well, that's what happens in war. Like he just justifies anything that's like wicked, man. You could say, look, somebody skinned somebody alive.
The Somalis are wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong.
Dead wrong.
You don't do that. You don't do that. You don't.
I mean,
and also, one thing Smiles made a mistake is you don't come to another person's country.
You
know, and
that's the big violation of the system.
Dave, like Kyle said, right? When those white people in Minnesota, because when I was growing up, Minnesota was like 90% white, right? So they're gonna bring that anti-black.
Hold on. Let me explain something. Minnesota, black people in America don't even like going. So who the hell wants to go?
Yeah. So when they start having these hate groups, they gonna take that anger out on not. White people don't look at like all this stuff. They gonna bring that racism to us, and we ain't.
But I always looked at Minnesota as one of those white states, like
real white. Iowa, Minnesota, Montana, South Dakota, North Dakota. Black people pretty much stay on the East Coast, man.
Most of the people there are Norwegians. Not Norwegians, but
Scandinavians.
Scandinavians.
Yeah.
People. So like, fuck, those are white people in America. What y'all fucking doing up there, man? Why the hell y'all in there, man? Of all places.
Man, hey, man.
And America, America is like, it's like each state is a different country. So,
but
America,
hey, Dave,
I think America basically is going through a phase right now where white America, I think white America, it seems to me like they're ready to go to war.
Okay, Kala, I put the links. I was in the back looking for those links. I put the link in the back chat so you can look at it. One is from the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and another one is a local Liberian diaspora news outlet.
Oh Lord.
So yeah, it was 100. I was mistaken. It was $114 million, not 119 or whatever number I said.
What is the U.S. Justice Department?
He's probably selling it to a lot of other immigrant groups.
Mm-hmm.
Scheming it all.
He sold 7,600 nursing degrees to each one of them for about $15,000 a piece.
You calculate that, right? How do you get $114 million?
Do the math.
I did the math.
7,600 times 15,000.
You still not at no 100 million, bro.
I do the math, Kala.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'll do the math. Let me do the math. You know what I'm saying?
7,600 times 15,000.
How does he have 7,000?
Do the math. Don't argue a different point. You said it doesn't add up.
Let me ask you a question, how does somebody print out 7,000 degrees and whatnot?
You got a good printing press, Kyla.
So what is it? What is it, Dave? 100 and what? 112? It should be around
112,000.
15,000.
112 million, not 112,000.
112.
So yeah, Kyla, it's over $100 million.
I still don't believe that shit.
Okay, all right. I just sent you the from the federal government. The second link is from the federal government.
Printing out the fake certificate, and nobody, the nursing boards.
That's what I say. These things happen over time, and you don't get caught right away.
I don't think. Look, Elvis, man. I know a lot of things, man. But you got.
I just send you a page from the federal government, not just from a local news source, from the FBI.
Hold on. So you're gonna tell me, what is it, 7,000 Liberians, right?
No, he's not selling it only to Liberians. The whole scheme was
it's mostly Africans he's selling it to. Oh,
what? Fine, whatever the case is. I don't know. I wasn't there.
So no way. Don't you think that would raise red flags?
That's what I'm saying, Kyle. That's why you don't understand this country. People who are doing those things don't get caught right away.
Hold on. That would have been freaking happened so fucking fast, man. It was like soon as the first African.
Oh gosh, Scholar, that's what I say. You don't understand how this country works.
Who underwrote this, right? And the same guy on like 7,000. Like, well, where's the school at? Something like that. So if that's
the school, they have multiple schools. It wasn't just a one-man operation. That's why I sent you the docket to read. They had a school in Fort Lauderdale in Florida.
Wow, what gets me is.
They had a school in Rhode Island.
How come they can't fucking just come here and do legit businesses and whatnot?
But this is the guy that 1776 listened to on Spoon TV every day. That's what I was trying to explain to him.
So, Kyla, it's another scam. Just come here and scam and just.
Yeah. Hey, but Dave, this is what I don't understand. You steal that much money. If I stole that much money, I would live comfortably in Africa, man. They just want to keep stealing and stealing and stealing. I'm like, damn.
He bought like 5-6 houses over here too now.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
That's what I'm saying. The guy ran to Liberia, bought up like 6 radio stations with that money.
The mafia, you know what the mafia like called Gambino? Ran the fucking Gambino family when that. But you know where he lived? He lived like in a modest house. You wouldn't even know he had the money he had because of where he lived. He didn't track the
Yeah, that's he kind of black people are black people, bro. This dude used to come online. He used to come online, brag about how his backyard is big, he got a swimming pool there, bragging about money, only for us to find out it was all illicit money that he got.
Dave, remember the movie American Gangster? Remember that?
Yeah, I
remember when the cop approached him, right? And he said, well, you wearing a chinchilla. What did he do with that chinchilla when he got home?
He burned it. He was mad as hell.
They knew it, but that's smart. That's how you move in silence right here, you know?
He was mad as hell because he went against his way. By wearing the chinchilla, he
wanted a wife for him that chinchilla.
Yeah, he
But
knows.
what year did all these Somalis come to Minnesota? Like what year?
Oh, there you go. Now you're asking a smart question. What year did Black Hawk Down happen in real life in Mogadishu?
Like the
1992, I think it was the early 90s, right? 1992, 1993. So that's when they started coming to this country, right? And they were brought here because the guy who was a dictator in Somalia, he made a deal with the U.S. government in order for him to leave power and end the war. He wanted his tribal group of people to be evacuated from the country and brought to the United States. And when they brought them to the United States, they decided to settle them in Minnesota. And that's how they've been there for multiple generations. So that's why a lot of Somalis are concentrated in Minnesota, here in Minneapolis, and in St. Cloud. You know, it's a college town called St. Cloud here in Minnesota, going down south. So when you ask questions, you get good answers and you gain knowledge. So there's your answer.
And did they get full citizenship, or when is their refugee status up?
When you're a refugee, what it means that there's two kinds, right? There's resettlement, which is what most of them probably came on,